Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name's Nicole, and today we are here for the TBRathon sprints. And as you just heard, my voice is a little bit weird today. It keeps cutting out, so it's not the microphone; it's actually my voice today. I don't know why. I don't feel sick or anything like that, but sometimes I get laryngitis for no particular reason. So hopefully it'll last the day. If not, we'll just do lots of reading and a little less chatting. All right, so let me know where you're watching from in this big wide world, what you're going to be doing today, and all of that sort of stuff. So, yeah. All right, so today we are going to be here for quite some time, a minimum of 6 hours. Probably a bit longer because I don't really have anything else on today. So I'm just going to do a little bit of craft, a little bit of reading, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I do have to do a little bit of filming as well. So I'll do that in some of the sprints. For the pretty much going to do our sprints today because I do have a fair bit to get in, fit in today before tomorrow. So yeah, because I don't know what's happening on a Friday. I've got a few things on, and so I've got to work my work week around that. Yes, so as I said, let me know where you're watching from. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day. For those in the Northern Hemisphere, I'm jealous. You're still on your on your weekend. It is Monday morning here, so yeah, it's the start of a new week, and I'm not entirely with it just yet. So today I have had a pretty productive weekend. I managed to finish 3 books over the weekend. Before you go, wow, that's a lot. They were only little books. So I finished Bluettes, which is way over there because I've already talked about it, and finished that. That was a little bit weird. And then by the same author, I started The Red Parts last night and got about 50 pages. Yeah, 50 pages into that. I finished Wheel of Time, book 13. And today I will be starting book 14, the last book, the final book. Not thankfully, like I'm a little bit, I'm not too sure. Like, do I want to finish it? Do I want to put it off? And I know I've got to finish it because I'm doing it as a buddy read, as most of you know, with Coda. And quite a few people have started the book this year as well. So that's going to be very exciting watching you go through all the things. I must say, the last book was, yeah, I was driving the car and I'm like, and then I got to my destination. I'm like, yeah, I want to keep listening to it. And because it was a social situation, it wasn't me just walking around the town. Otherwise, I would have kept listening to it. Yeah, I had to stop listening. No, but I finished it yesterday, which I'm pretty happy about. I didn't think I was going to get it finished till today, but I got it finished, which was good. And I'm looking forward to diving into this one. And the prologue is 71 pages. So, yeah, although not as long as some. All right, let's have a look and see who is in the comments today. It looks like quite a number of you are here. We also have Leandra. Hello, hon. How are you? Hopefully you're having a fabulous day. Hello, Jessica. Thanks for joining. Lexi is also here. I need to actually get some reading done. Spent most of the day trying to convince my stepdad we need another dog in this family. I did manage to convince. We're picking up a new baby. Oh, that's so cool. Awesome. Hello, Julie. How are you going? Thanks for joining. Hello, Alana. Thank you for joining. Just finished my book and got 100% done of The Whispers by Ashley Ardren. Is that how you pronounce it? And it was fantastic. You have to read it. Okay, cool. Finished Love Letter, and now I'm reading Passion of Alice from 1996 long release. Hope that everybody's doing well. I'm doing well, Chris. How are you today? Hopefully you're having a great reading day. I'm reading Killing Mood by Jada Nesbo. Awesome. Hello, Pat. Welcome. Happy New Year to you too. I think this is the first time I've seen you here for the new year. So Happy New Year to you and welcome back. Sherry, the book gnome. Hey, everyone. I'm thinking I'm going to read A Shiver in the Attic by Christopher Peterson. Awesome. Sounds like a bit of a thrillery book. People saying hello. Hello, Sadia. Thanks for joining. Brittany is also here too. Hello, Brittany. How are you? I have one Wheel of Time chapter to finish for today. Then I'm starting the first trail map book. Awesome. What chapter are you up to? And how are you liking it so far? Everybody just saying hello. I'm going to be reading Mislaid in part, half known. Awesome. Working on my journal and listening to Exit Strategy, Murderbot 4. Excellent. I have not read any of those. I just posted today's video, so now I can finally read. Yay! Something more for me to watch. My list is so long, and I'm so not getting through it. I think I'm only up to like the first couple of days of January. And I just keep adding books to the watch list. So yeah, I just have to accept the fact that I am not going to be up to date for the rest of the year. Just going to call it now and be done. Hello, Jen, watching from Canada. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you being here. Good morning, Tracy. I'm reading That Kind of Guy by Talia Hibbert. Awesome. Keep hydrating. Yeah, I've already had half of one of these this morning. I don't know what's going on with my voice. It just does it sometimes. Hello, Koda. How are you going? Long time no see. Way to go, Nicole, for finish. Going for slower for going slower. That is a lot done. Yeah. I don't know why I said that in my goals video, because 2024 does not seem like a slow year. But I've read, I think I've read 6 books now, 5 or 6 books for the year. The Bluettes one only had 100 pages, 95 pages in it. And this one I started before the new year. Book 13 I started before the new year. And I still have Passage on the go as well. This one I am up to chapter 7, which is 137 pages. I haven't read any over the weekend, but I'm hoping to get back to it tonight, because I didn't read any over the weekend and I want to finish it by the end of the month. So this one I'm using for TBRathon along with the bootcamp readathon as well. So both for books over 400 pages. Also one that I left on my shelf for TBRathon, and one that intimidates me because, like, I've picked this book over the years. It's been on my shelf for about 3 or 4 years, and over the years I've picked it up so many times and put it back down again because it had so many pages. But I figured, like, I've just read Wheel of Time in the last 12 months. I'm sure I can deal with that. And I had it on audio as well. I didn't realize, but I had it on audio as well. So I am listening to the audio while I do some housework and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm going to be slowing down or not, because yeah, there's books everywhere. So yeah, yes, Vanessa is still sprinting as well. I didn't realize that she had sprints on, but then this is the time that I'm always on anyway, so I didn't end up changing it, because I think she's already been, I think if I read the spreadsheet correctly, she's going to 8. Is that correct? Or 7? I read something somewhere. I'm pretending I'm doing things I'm supposed to, and read a little of everything, sharing the joy of friends with the like button. Thank you very much, Christina. Appreciate that. Everybody's saying hello. To be honest, I'm half asleep. I woke up I woke up at 8 o'clock, so an hour and 15 minutes ago. I literally got out of bed 20 minutes before. The problem is, when it cools down, I go into sleep mode. So it's cloudy here. It's been incredibly hot for the last few weeks, and it's cloudy here today. And yesterday was the same as well. And I go into like hibernation mode. And it's not a hot day here. It's only 24 degrees today. And it's cloudy. So yeah. The last book, yes. I know, it's like it's the last battle better happen in here. Like I'm telling you. Oh dear me, you've changed your profile picture as well, and it confused me a bit there for a moment, because a lot of time I don't read the names. I just look at the profile picture to recognize who it is. It's a bit confusing. I'm like, what? I don't know what's going on. So yeah. I'm reading Jane Eyre, prepping for a retelling in the book club, Eye of the World buddy read, and The Lightning Thief buddy read. So a little bit of everything. You've got a good coverage there. If you're like, that's for the Treehouse Book Club, right? For the Jane Eyre retelling. I'm looking forward to that. I read a really good one last year in the Amazing Readathon month, I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was. It was called Jane Steele. That was pretty good too. So you might want to check that one out. That was like the Jane Eyre retelling, but with a murderous plot. It was really good. Really good. I could not put it down. Hello, Amelia. Thank you for joining. I'm not sure what I'm reading between Red Rising and Or Get a Life by Brown. Awesome. Both good choices. Hello. Just started making supper spaghetti tonight. Awesome. Hello, Pat. Julie is currently reading 2 books and I'm hoping to make a little progress. Time to relax after a busy day. Yes. Oh, weird. My prologue is 77 pages. We're never similar on page. No, we are never, ever. The words are very small in this one. So for those that are playing at home and want to know how big my one is, so I have a up-to-date version because I couldn't find any. Like I've since found some of the covers and whatnot. So this is the one I'm reading, and of course it has the glossary of terms in the back and the names and how to pronounce them and all that sort of stuff, which I really appreciate. I still don't get the pronunciation right, but anyway. Oh, there's sad words to read on the last page. It says the end of the last book of Wheel of Time. I have 1,009 pages to read, and the font, there is hardly any margin. It goes all the way to the top. Let me go. Where's my camera? There's the little print. So, yeah, I will be immersive reading a lot of this one. Like today I'll listen to it. Like I'll listen to the prologue. But as I go on, I'll probably sit down with this one and just savor it a little bit more. But I have decided that I will be listening, as most of you know, listening to, once this is finished, I'll be going back to the beginning to the Will Weaves podcast, and I'm going to listen to it as most of you are still going, starting the book or just about to start the book or have started book 1. So I'm going right back to the beginning, and then I'm going to listen to the podcast, and that's what I'm going to do. Just a couple of hours a day or whatever at night, maybe, depends what I'm doing, maybe when I'm doing the dishes or something like that, or when I'm out in the garden, and I'm just going to slowly make my way through that through the next 12 months. And I've already sort of decided that I definitely would like to pick it up again after I finish the podcast, and I'll probably just do like 1 or 2 episodes a week and see how I go, and try and get through each season in a month, maybe. I don't know how I'll go with that, because we'll just end up with, I'll end up where I am. I'm sort of still playing around with that, and probably when I'm driving I'll do a little bit, depending on what the month is and how busy I am. So yeah, that's sort of where I want to go with that, and just so I'm looking forward to it, because I know there's stuff I missed, because I was reading the last book and I think I even sent a message to Dakota, and I'm like, hang on, wait, what? How did I miss that? And then there was a moment where something's happened to one of the characters, and I'm driving along and I'm like, when did that happen? Like, so everything is like, and it came back to me when it happened, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what book it was in at all. So the next time I read these, I will definitely be reading them with my eyes. I'll be taking a few more notes and all the rest of it. And I can totally appreciate why so many people love this series, why so many people reread this series so often. Would I do 1 a month? Probably no. It'll just depend. I might end up doing it as a buddy read again, and then it'll be 1 a month. But I definitely want to take it slower. Like, I'd even be happy to do like 1 every 2 months, and just like break it up into like a small chunk each week and stuff like that, because there's just so much that happens in these books, and like little tidbits that I've picked up along the way, like the fact that by the time we get to the end of this book, we've been introduced to over 2,500 characters. Like, that is phenomenal. Like, I don't even know how this man kept track of all these people, but the way he's written it as well, like, I feel like I could probably rattle off a ton of them. Like, no, but yeah, the whole 2.5, no, not so much. But yeah, and no, we're never the same. You said that you've got 1,100, over 1,100 pages in yours, didn't you, Coda? Good morning, Chrissy. How are you today? Good morning, Katie. Long time no see. It wasn't that long ago, no. How are you today? Hopefully you're staying nice and cozy and getting lots of reading. Listening to What the Heart Wants by Audrey Cullen, a rec from a book club I'm in on Insta. Awesome. Need to read chapter 10 so far. I'm having a wonderful time. And did you find that the book started off with a bang? I felt when I went into it, I'm like, well, okay, we're going to start off this way. I really enjoyed how it flowed, and you probably haven't noticed yet, but I really love how Jordan wrote. Like, I'm just thinking back to my videos, and I think that I actually have recorded a little bit about the first couple, and then I stopped recording because there was no way to talk about the book without giving things away. And that's why you've not seen, and there's plenty of other people that talk about the books anyway, but that's why you've not really seen anything over it. And I'll probably do just the final thoughts or something like that once I've had a little bit of the time to digest it and whatnot. But I really appreciated, like, sometimes you can get into epic fantasies, and not all epic fantasies are like that, but in my experience, some of the ones that I've read over the years, I find sometimes they just get really drab really quick. And every time I started to feel like the story was waning a little bit, something exciting would happen in the book, and you could hear the excitement, because I started, especially when I got to like book 4, halfway through book 3, when I started really focusing on the audio, you could hear the excitement in the narrators' voices as well. So it came through in their voices, but you could also feel it on the page as well, because the first couple of books I read with my eyeballs, with a little bit of listening. And so basically I really appreciated how Jordan did that. He take you along on this journey, and then it'll sort of start to dip off a little bit, and you're thinking, oh yeah, no, come on, get on with it. And then something exciting would happen, and it just take off. And then it'd be, starting to taper off again, and then something more exciting would happen. And that's how I felt very much for the first 3 books. It was very much that ebb and flow of the story. And I love that. It kept me entertained. And then when I got to the audios, because I'm assuming that you're doing the audio as well, Brittany, and probably a huge assumption on my part, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you're doing the audio. And and so the narrators, when I fully immersed myself into audio, which I still did do a little bit of immersive. I like to start and finish my day like that. And it was really good, because the narrators they got excited in the right parts and all that sort of stuff. And sometimes narrators can really be hit or miss with fantasy as well. And considering we have a male voice and a female voice, they both are equally as good as each other. And I would definitely read any other series that either one of these narrators have done, for sure. So I'm glad that you're having a good time so far. That it's going to get a whole lot better. Spaghetti sounds good. I put so many things in my spaghetti: onion, mushroom, bell pepper, black olives, fresh basil, and spinach. Very nice, very nice. I used to do that all the time when the kids were little. I've even made lentil ones as well, where it looks like mince, but it's actually lentils, and it's spun them out. They've sat down and ate it. Hello, Bag. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Boop the like button. Thank you for the reminder, Pat. I appreciate that. Catching up with necessary work before writing some more at work. Awesome. Adulting is just... Vanessa is doing a special Winterween sprint, 7 days, 5 to 8 Eastern. Yeah, not her normal. No, I didn't think it was her normal. That's why I was quite surprised. I'm like, oh, interesting. But I did see so I didn't have time to look at any YouTube this morning. I just opened it up to make sure that everything was, going well on that the live is up there and all that sort of stuff, because sometimes I make mistakes. But yeah, so but that's good that she's on, and that just for 7 days this week, is that right? Just got home from getting cute mushroom socks, mushroom tote, and 2 new candles, and now I'm curled up under blankets and with my books to read. Awesome. Yeah, I know. I had a hard time finding comments easily when I scroll up because I usually look for the pink. Yes. I was a bit confused. I'm like, hang on a second. That's a different profile picture. And I should have known because you were on. It was changed yesterday. So, it's all right. I'll wake up in probably about 2 hours. It's just so nice. Like, for anybody that's been here for ages and you've heard me talk about my neighbours, they have been so noisy for close to 2 years. And it's just so nice to be able to sleep in and not get woken up by thumping music or a Macca's ad at 3 o'clock in the morning from Spotify. or obviously they shop a lot, like, because you know how Spotify picks up where you like what you search for most on your phone and all the rest of it. Obviously they visit the Macca's ad a lot because they're the ads that we were getting, but they have been quiet since the incident that we will not talk about. No, so yeah. Nicole, we did pick salt and broom for the tree. Excellent. I did see something there, but I wasn't sure whether it was a definitive decision yet. I'm reading Emily White's Encyclopedia of Fairies, The Final Strife, and so this is Ever After because I'm indecisive and can't read just one. That's okay. I've got a few on the go as well. Hello, Queen Victoria. Thank you for joining. Sadia is, I'm reading Eye of the World, A Winter Wood by Shay Earnshaw, and the audio for If We Were Villains. Hoping to make good progress in all of them. Awesome. Yeah, mine is 1148. It doesn't have a glossary though. Oh, really? Yeah, mine still has the glossary. Like it's more pages with the glossary, but yeah, it still has it, which I was quite surprised because they generally don't put it in the last one, but it's all here. I've got including that, it goes up to 1040. So yeah, there's a lot. Hey Julie, thanks for joining and just stopping by for a bit. How long are you sprinting? Because I'm going to watch a movie soon. I'll be probably here when I will definitely still be here. I basically am on all night if you're in the Northern Hemisphere. I start at this time and I go. Sometimes people wake up and I'm still on. They go to sleep with me and wake up with me. Fridays are generally that. Thursday nights and Friday mornings are usually that way. But on Mondays, I generally am here for 6 to 8 hours as well. So yeah, it's just my work day, and I just keep going. Hey, stopping by. Sorry, read all that one already. Hello, Glenda. Thank you for joining. I'll be reading Get a Life, Chloe Brown for the To Be Rolled game board on the TBRathon. This is a romance book and has 2 people on the cover. Awesome. Hey, Jean, how are you going? I am at 20% of The Memory Keeper's Daughter by Kim Edward, and it's a good read. Okay, good. Good to know. I've seen that one. I've never picked it up, though. I'm glad we got it for a work book club. That is awesome. It's always good when you get a good one for a book club. I want to read, but I feel a bit nauseous right now. Yeah, and maybe time to lay down and just have a bit of a sleep and see if you can't sleep it off. I'm sorry that you're feeling so bad. Tomorrow is Monday, January the 8th, and tomorrow is my work day, but most of all, reading books all day till 6 p.m. And I have to take a shower tonight at 5:30 in the evening and returning to my book corner. It sounds like you've got your whole lot planned out. That is awesome. Everybody's saying hello. Near my house when I pick up my books from the house to drop off at the Dropbox. Awesome. Yeah, I think so. I have to agree with that. Yeah. Everybody's reading a very eclectic bunch of books. I am reading the final book in the Wheel of Time series. About to start it, crack it open in the first sprint, and I'm looking forward to it. And I'm reading it with Coda, your booktube bestie, in the comments as well. And there's a whole heap of a host of other people that are reading Eye of the World, which is book one. Because we've been reading this for 12 months and talking about it for the last 6.5, 7 months on sprints. So yeah, and it's sort of got everybody everybody into it. I checked out 4 books, so 5 are due on the 28th. And I have 1 book due on the 14th of January. Also, actually, I need to check my library out. I've got a couple of books on there that I need to return and re-borrow because I haven't read them. Method reading them, yeah, it's a really good way to do it, Brittany. Really good way. Except the peppers and green olives. I like to put extra stuff in mine too. Awesome. Hello, MJ. Thanks for joining. Nice to see you here. I love green olives with marinara. Yeah, it's good. It gives it a flavor. If I do that, my kids look at me as if I've got 2 heads. Like, I'm like, you guys would never have survived in my family because olives were in everything, whether they were green olives, black olives, calamata, whether they were Spanish olives. There was just olives everywhere. And like even now, my granddaughter loves olives. We sit down and we'll have what we call a mezze, and that is like, some meat and whatever. Like it's just like finger food and all that sort of stuff. So there's always olives and cheeses and all that sort of stuff. And we'll sit down and have that. And my 2 daughters look at her as she's got 2 heads as well, because we sit down and we have olives and all that sort of stuff, and we just enjoy it. Like it's really good for you. And I grew up with that, and so she's always taken stuff off my plate, so inevitably she eats what I eat. And yeah, so everybody's saying hello. Give me green olives of any kind. Just leave the pits. Yeah, I usually get pitted olives as well, so it just makes it easier. Hey Linz, how you going? Monica has also joined us. Glad to hear things are still going good with the neighbours. First day back at work. I wish I was still on holidays. That's a bit of a bummer, but hopefully we can keep you company during the day. I'm using early year motivation and leave from work to motivate myself through my oldest books on my shelf. That's actually a really good thing, I think, to do, because sometimes we forget about those books that we've purchased. Like I've still got, tomorrow I'm filming my book haul, which will go up this week, but I did get another book, and because that I went stitching on Saturday. I think someone just pulled up in my driveway. I went stitching on Saturday with some friends and all the rest of it, and they take me to a coffee shop, but it was a coffee book shop. I walked out with the book, but I got it cheaper there than what I was going to get it online, because I checked online because I didn't really have the cash on me. And Heather Morris is the one that wrote the Tattooist of Auschwitz and Silke's Journey. I think 3 sisters or 3 brothers or something, or the boy in the striped pajamas. I think she wrote that one as well. So yeah, maybe, I don't know. There was a lot of pages for the glossary. Yeah, there was everything. There was a Great Hunt. I did notice that the Great Hunt was in there and all that sort of stuff as well. So yeah. Hello and happy New Year to Pat. MJ's here. Yes, she is. I will be either reading Iron Flame or Magnolia Parks. I choose Magnolia Parks. It's a good read, fun time. Ash is also here. Hello. I'll be alternating between White Knights and Defend the Dawn. Awesome. I'm doing more productivity tonight, Coda. Hello. My dad had olive trees, and Brian's his own. Oh, there you go. I have my own olive dealer. So good. Kalamata olives, Greek olives, my favorites. Yeah, eat them straight out of the jar. Same. I usually have Spanish. Where I live, Spanish olives are pretty hard to get. I can readily get them available in the jar, but some of the brands aren't that crash hot. But if I am down in New South Wales or down in Victoria, I go to the Vic markets in Victoria, and they have all the foods that I love. So I often get a heap, and if I come, I haven't been for a few years, but if I go down to New South Wales as well, I get some. But yeah, you sort of got to hunt for them, and yeah, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but yeah, so good, so good. Alrighty, we have got to the end of the comments, so we are going to go for our first sprint. As I said, we are going to do our sprints today, so we can get a lot of reading in. And yeah, so we will be back shortly. Let me just get this started, and I will see you in an hour. Well, hello everybody. How did we all go during that sprint? I did okay. I have got a little bit to go I think I've got about 20-30 minutes left to go with the prologue. So about halfway through that. And I tidied up my studio a little bit because there was stuff everywhere. I don't know what I did on the weekend, but there was stuff everywhere. So yeah, it already has me sitting on the edge of my seat. And you would have probably, if you were in the comments, you would have probably noticed that Coda said the prologue was definitely written by Jordan. It's not Sanderson's level of writing. So yeah, and it was quite weird because I felt like, hang on a second, have we got back? So I was glad. I just thought it was me. So I was glad when I seen that comment come up, Coda. So yeah, but yeah, it's just so good. I'm sad in a way because I know it's going to finish. The narrators are reading a lot slower because I have got it on 2.30. So yeah, it says that I've still got 17 hours left of this, so I definitely will be probably finish this by next week, which is exciting in itself because then Coda and I are going to be doing the Harry Potter read along together, and we've got a little project that's happening as well with that, so that's very exciting. All the things that are happening, like it's been a fabulous year so far. I'm just really happy with the reading that I'm doing, and like yeah, and I'm so glad that I didn't finish this last year, that I'm come into 2024, because I think this is going to set the tone for my reading year, which is absolutely fabulous. So yeah, and I'm glad that we've organised some buddy reads and all that sort of stuff, which is amazing. So it's me and Coda having a conversation in there, see how everybody else went. Glad to find some sprints. Awesome. Well, we are here for a long time and we're doing our sprints today. So we're planning on getting a lot of productivity. I am going to keep the chatty bits to 15 minutes, which probably means that we might not get to the end of the comments every time. So just be aware of that. I will do my darndest to get to the end of the comments, but we are going to be here for a while. And then I will be back on Wednesday, which is the bootcamp readathon, but anybody from the TBR athon is more than welcome to join at any time. So yeah, so in the next couple of days, you'll be able to get a lot of stuff done. So yeah. We had power outages and electrical drama through the night and into the day, so I'm exhausted and not being productive. Yeah, that does not help at all. Hello, Nicole. Thank you for joining. Reading The Poppy War. Awesome. This is something that is on my to be read. Very at the top, because I'm reading a couple of things from this author at the moment. Well, I've read one already this year, and I'm reading another one for February. So also this month, but I don't know if I'm going to get to it till it's probably going to be towards the end of the month. So yeah. Carrie has also joined. I'll be journaling and reading Iron Flame. A lot of people, things are a little bit slow with the comments today, so I'm reading ahead and all that sort of stuff. A lot of people are reading Iron Flame. Rally is also reading this as well, and Carrie is enjoying it. That is awesome. Saying hello to Jean from Christina. Will Coda and Nicole ever do reading of all the Dune books? I think that Brittany is reading the Dune books. I purchased the Dune book because of their conversation. It is on my it is definitely on my 2024 TBR, and I believe that Coda and Brittany are doing a buddy read, and I'm going to read it as well, so I might jump in on that. I know that Brittany and I have had a conversation in comments on one of her videos. I commented and I said, oh, I'll be down, because I've wanted to read Dune for a while, and I said I'd be down for that. So yeah, so it'll be in, like, I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's definitely going to be happening in 2024. It is definitely on my TBR. I don't have a huge, like, I haven't done a 24 in 24 books because I'm doing a lot of readathons this year, participation and also co-hosting. A lot for me is like more than one. And that's so I've done the 2 for this month, and then I'm helping co-host one next month. And then there's something happening in April that I'm hosting. So yeah, that was a little. So for those ears all pricked up, then did we hear April? Then something is coming. So you'll have to keep an eye out for that. And then of course we've got the big ones that I participated in last year, which was I think it's in June this year, which is the Amazing Readathon. I'm participating in that one most definitely. And then there's also, if Rainey does get a clue again, I'm hoping to either help out or participate in that one. I was a co-host last year. I mean, it'd be too presumptuous of me to think that I was going to be a co-host this year. But I'm happy to do that. And then there'll be other things that'll pop up that I'll do and all that sort of stuff. So they'll definitely get read. And that's why I didn't do a 24 and 24, because I just figured it's just easier not to, because then that sort of locks me into those books. And yeah, so the only thing that I really want to focus a little bit more on is some nonfiction, and I'm doing pretty good with that so far. So this one here that I'm reading, I'm not used to the screen being split like this. So this one here I started reading last night. This is an autobiography of a trial by Maggie Nielsen. Now, her mother's sister, when she was 22 years old in 1969, put up a notice to get a lift home, and she never made it home. She was found a couple of days later, and she had been killed. At the time, there was murders happening in Michigan, and someone, so anyway, it went unsolved for 35 years. And then Maggie Nielsen I guess she was trying to heal herself and maybe heal her family, is the feeling that I get, that because that was that unknown, not knowing who had done it and all that sort of stuff. And we're sort of just right now, I'm 50 pages in, and we're sort of going through, we're at trial, and basically we're going through the emotions that they're feeling and all that sort of stuff. So the grandfather is still alive, so he is actually at the court as well. The mother has realized that some of her life choices and how she raised her children was affected by the death of her sister, the murder of her sister, and all that sort of stuff. And so it's sort of, for me, how I'm interpreting this. I mean, I'm sure that there's going to be more come out. I'm only 50 pages in, but how I'm interpreting this right now is that Maggie Nielsen had a poetry book coming out, and it was revolving around the murder of her auntie. And at the same time, there was a detective that had opened the case back up again. And so basically, but she didn't know that. And unbeknownst to her, just before the publication of the poetry book in 2004, he contacted her. I think it was like a day or 2 days beforehand. And it's just letting them know that there was an arrest that was imminent and that it was going to go to trial. So that meant that some of the stuff that she had in the poetry book had to be put on hold and all that sort of stuff. So that's sort of where we're at right now. It's just setting it up. But it is going through the emotion and the trauma that came from that and all that sort of stuff. It's not graphic or anything. It is definitely something, it's reflective. So she's reflecting on how her family are feeling and how they're reacting to what's happening in the court and all that sort of stuff. I'm sure there's going to be more to come. In the 50 pages that I've read so far, it really has drawn me in, and it's packing a punch. So this is the first nonfiction that I'm reading, and I've made a point of putting a couple onto the TBRathon, one onto the TBRathon and also onto the boot camp readathon. And the other one of the prompts for the boot camp readathon was to read a book with military components to it, whether it be characters or about the military or anything like that. And I just happened to have this on, a Special Ops Heroes, on my shelf. I got it in a book grocer, and this is sort of written in the form of like chapters, but it's also got diary entries and all that sort of stuff. And basically it's about true stories of exceptional bravery behind enemy lines. So and I was talking about this the other day with a couple of friends that have sort of gone down the rabbit hole on YouTube of history around the World War II and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm interested to read this. And this particular author also has several other books. So Victoria Cross Heroes, Special Forces Heroes, George Cross Heroes, and Heroes of the Sky. So if this turns out to be a good book, I'm definitely going to get those other ones, because I always like to read those, those letters and all that sort of stuff from such a tragic time in our history, and just what people went through, and all that sort of stuff. And also not always from, the Allied point of view as well. Like to read from, the enemy's point of view as well. Not that there's a lot that I've come across that have been, like, I picked up one years ago and it was quite boring. But my latest kick with this sort of stuff, with nonfiction, is the women of, what they did, because we always hear from the men's point of view a lot of the time. But I've got several books that I'm loaning to my good friend from Wombat Hollow Crafts, Gail. We've known each other for some time now, and we catch up all the time. I'm loaning her several books, and they are all about women that were either in the French Resistance, and women that defied Hitler. There's also a couple other books that I'm lending her as well. But just a few that I've had on my shelf for a while that she's going to borrow, and I'm going to pick them up from her in September. So I have to go to New South Wales to visit to get my books back, because she won't send them back. So yeah. But yeah, anyway, I digress from the Dune. But yeah, that's essentially why I haven't done a 24 in 24. I have to go have good sprints. No worries. Thanks for joining, even if it was only for one sprint. That is awesome. Thank you. Read about 25 pages and also got distracted. We all get distracted at some stage. And, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, it is the end of Sunday for you. So I also did my to-do list for the week as well, filming that I have to get done, appointments that I have, and all that sort of stuff, just making sure that I got everything down. Tracy read 11%. Awesome. Brittany finished Wheel of Time pages for today and got to 7% of Blaze Island. Awesome. Bit of a change up there. Nicole got 24 pages read. That is awesome. Kaylin, I think is how you pronounce your name. I'm sorry if I have butchered that. I do apologize. I got to page 124 in Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. This is another one that I really like to read as well. 223 pages and 70% done of Heartstopper Volume 5 by Alice Osman. Awesome. This is one that is just... I read my first graphic novel on Friday, and it was a book. Like, if you haven't been around for a while, I get these book boxes here in Australia. They don't ship anywhere else, but I get these book boxes, and it's called the Book Grocer. And so I don't look at what books are in there, so they're a mystery to me. Sometimes they'll give you a list, sometimes they'll be mystery boxes, other times they'll be advent boxes. And so in October, I just got the Halloween spooky box, and it came with, some classics in it, and it came with this graphic novel by Charlene Harris, and it's called Cemetery Girl, and the first volume's Pretenders. And so, yeah, so it's way over there, so that's why I don't have it in front of me, and it's the first time that I've ever read one, because it's just not my thing, but I really enjoyed it, and it made me think maybe I should read Heartstopper, and maybe I should read Spy Family is another one that I've heard a lot of people talk about, say that's, that's the first one that they read and stuff like that. So I thought I might do that. But the good thing was I only had the first volume in this, and it's sort of, I was intrigued to see where the story was going to go and how they were going to play it out. And then I went on to Kindle. I thought I'll just get it on Kindle, because I'm not going to go, like, the book retails for $17 here. And I thought I'm not going to pay that for something that I'm probably never going to read again. I mean, I could probably get them for Mia for when she's a little bit older, but that's a lot of books sitting around for a long time, because she's only 8. Anyway, I got on and I went on to Kindle, and they're on Kindle Unlimited, so I can finish off the series. I mean, it's only another 250 pages, and so yeah, I'll be able to get through that. So I'm going to try and endeavor to read that and finish it up by the end of the month. So yeah, I've got them on KU, so I was pretty happy with that. Come through for the fans. So yeah, but I do want to get Heartstopper, and I know my daughter also wants Heartstopper, so I'm thinking that I'm just going to buy them in the physical form, because she doesn't like reading on a Kindle or anything like that, although she does read a lot on her phone, so I don't know why she won't read a Kindle. Anyway, she's got one, but she just doesn't read it. So I have 20 minutes left. Oh, yeah, 2.4. I was even faster for a minute there. Yeah, I sped it up a little bit, but then I thought, you know what, I'm going to start missing stuff if I do that. So yeah, read 115, only 17 more to go. Quick little novella, awesome. You've got to love those quick little books. They always make for make you feel accomplished. Those little novellas do. They just make you feel so. I've got a book finished. It's done. 30% of the Memory Keeper's Daughter. Awesome, making good progress there. And Leandra has picked up my buddy read with Danny from Danny Dabbles, Capture the Sun. I have the next two to read. I have them over on Scribd. I only listen to them on audio, but I'm looking forward to getting through that series. I will be finishing that series this year. So yeah, I'm glad I took your recommendation because I did enjoy the first one, and I'm judging by what you said about the other ones, I'm also going to enjoy it as well. Read some Jane Eyre, not sure how much, as it's an ebook, so chapter 6 or 7, and the audio says chapter 2. Weird. Yeah, that is weird when it does that, isn't it? It gets very confusing because you don't know where you're at. What would be Coda and Nicole's advice to the Wheel of Time newbies? Enjoy your time in the world because it does end quicker than you think. Just take your time, enjoy it. If you're not sure about something, ask someone that has read it. Refer to the glossary often, and if you get a chance, listen to the Will Weaves podcast because it explains things so well. I've listened to snippets throughout the series, and like when I haven't understood something or I thought I've missed something, like especially in book 5, because I put it down for so long, I just knew that I felt like I had missed something, but it turns out I hadn't. So it wasn't so bad, but it was good to go and listen to it, and it's all spoiler free as well. So and that's here on YouTube. It's a podcast. It's great. They've also got a Discord as well. The wife, it's a husband and wife team, and the wife is a first-time reader, and the husband is a seasoned reader. I think he's read it. I'm not too sure. I think it's 3 or 4 times he's read the series, probably more. But I think I heard him say 3 or 4 times, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, that would be my thing. And just take your time, enjoy the experience. It is a ride, and it's an epic ride, but it's well worth the time and effort that you put in. Just under 50 pages left of Bunny. Awesome. At Shannon Sales, I'm not sure I want to read the entire Dune series, but I really want to reread the first one. Part 2 maybe comes out in March. I would commit to the original. Yeah, see, I have heard on this, that when because correct me if I'm wrong, the original author wrote the first 3, and then the son of the author wrote the rest of the books because he passed away. Is that right? I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really looked it up. So, yeah. But yeah, I would definitely commit to the original because apparently it takes a whole new tone. Several people, I've heard them say that when the next author came in. I'm probably completely wrong and getting confused with something else. And if I am, please correct me in the comments. But I would probably only commit to, because I'm not a big sci-fi reader, so I'd probably only commit to the first 3 myself. And I don't have a problem with especially if it takes on a different tone. I have no problem with doing that. New to the channel, so welcome, Kelly. Thanks for joining. Kona mentioned this on MJ's Live. Made it to page 79 of the 8th month. Awesome. But welcome. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you enjoy your time here. And we sprint 3 days a week. So, yeah, we have lots of reading time here. Just got home from the library and Taco Bell. Got a grande nachos. Nice. We have chatted in the comments about it, but we do need to put plans together for Dune. Yes, we do. I have read the first book in Dune. Did you like it? Hi, Kelly. Thanks for joining us from Coda. It's very nice to see new people. Sadia got to chapter 9 of Eye of the World. Go, Sadia. How are you enjoying it? Hopefully you're enjoying it a lot. Kobo had an omnibus of all the Dune books for £99. Was it P? I don't know. Anyway, almost £1. So I bought it, but not sure I'll ever get to it. Sci-fi is not my favorite genre. You and me both, Chris. But I'm stepping out and reading a bit more. So I did enjoy the Hunt the Stars one that Leandra recommended to, because anytime someone says sci-fi, I automatically hear my husband's books and he listens to the same narrator, and that narrator, oh my goodness, I would stuff a sock in his mouth just to shut him up. It's so terrible. I'm so stoked for the Dune read. Dune, the first book, is probably my second favorite fantasy after Wheel of Time entire series. Well, there you go. Just joining in. Hello, the Bookish Brew. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you being here. Coda, we could probably get that done before March. We'll chat about it with Nicole this week. Yes. Insert screening. Thank you. Everything Heartstopper makes me feel squeamish and warm. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to try and get to that because my daughter also wants to read it as well. So about 2/3 of the way through A Chocolate by Joanne Harris, oldest TBR book. Excellent. The French setting made me crave an omelette, though. So I took a break and make one. Awesome. That is awesome. Just joined. Hello, Jessica. Thanks for joining. I'll be reading Shadows of the Lost by Maxim M. Martinu. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't know. Martino? No, I don't know. Just got out of the bath and got 2 chapters read of Magnolia Parks in there. Awesome. Read some more of Iron Flame. Close to bed for you. That's okay. It's getting pretty late. Great advice, Nicole. Refer to the glossary often, but it's a good idea to use the glossary from the previous book then you're on. Sometimes there can be spoilers in the glossary. Yes, that's a very good point too. Always use the glossary. I mean, you can't for the first book because, yeah. But anyway, use it. Just have the previous book with you and check that out. Also, like if you're on an ebook, you can always screenshot it as well, and then just have it in your photos, and then you've got it, and all that sort of stuff. I read the first in the Dune series, and I don't have a lot of interest in continuing. That's fine. It was fine. I don't know if I could be convinced otherwise. That's fair enough. And at that point, I am going to just jump down here. I Googled, looks like he wrote the first 6. So I guess I could commit to 6, yeah. How many are in the series? That's huge. All right. Okay, so that's interesting. All right. We'll see where we end up with that. We're going to go to a sprint. Do some more Googling during the sprint and find out how many is in the series. I do remember hearing people say, though, that there was a definitely change of tone in the books whenever whoever it was that ended up completing the series and all that. Like it took a real turn. And I've heard that several times. So, I would commit to, I'll see how I go on that. I'm not going to commit to anything. I'm committing to the first one because sci-fi is not my thing. But if I really enjoy it, and it might be just that that's the era I'm going to go into this year, is a bit of sci-fi. But I've got to get over that hurdle of hearing my husband's books because he's always listening to dystopian sci-fi, all that sort of stuff, as he calls them, space shoot 'em ups. Such a child. But yeah, so that's sort of where I'm at on that one. All right, let's go to a sprint. Let's start this up and get some reading done. And I will see you all in an hour. Well, hello. We are back. I have just started chapter 2 and I'm up to page 97. It's all happening. It's all happening. It's all I'm going to say. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I did a little bit more on my to-do list, and I also worked out what cross-stitch I'm going to be working on this week, because I'm doing challenge groups over on Facebook where we get prompts, sort of like a readathon, except it's a stitch along. So so basically I was just working out what I'm going to be working on this week, because I do a couple of hours of stitching every night. I've stitched every day so far this year. I didn't have a very good stitching year last year. So I just want to make sure that I get some stitching in, and I'm in 2 groups. I normally do a lot more than that, but I'm in 2 groups and I'm just going to focus on that. And one of them is pretty easy. It's just tally up my stitches at the end of the night, take some photos of my pieces and lob it in. It's not a great, I don't have to think about it too much. But the other group, I have to really look at my whips and I have to try and get them to the prompt. And so I was doing the monthly challenge in there, which we have letters of the alphabet of over 10 prompts, and we have to tie our projects into them. I've managed to tie 2 in it, but I have to pull all my whips out, and I'm just like, I'll do that a bit later, or I'll just look at the whips that I'm working on and just put an extra hour in or something like that, because I have the option of doing 2 like hourly or stitches. So sometimes, depending on the project, I can stitch quicker. So there's one project that I can use for J, and I'll be able to stitch the whole border out, which will be, that'll be very quick to do that. So I'm definitely going to use that one, because it just motivates me to stitch on different things. And I have 30 projects for the year that I'm working on. And probably about 7 of them will be a finish by the end of the year. So yeah, I'm hoping, fingers crossed. So yeah. And in all of that too, I also have to do magazine stuff and all that sort of stuff as well. So yeah, that gets done during the day though, because it's work. And all right, let's have a look how everybody else went in that. I had to return 2 of my books, so now I only have 4 books left. That's still good. Did you finish the books at least? I still haven't checked my library app. Chris, I thought that you were in America. By the way, I love my Kobo. Their deals are so much better than Amazon. I have heard that. I'm, considering my Kindle still isn't working and won't pick up my Wi-Fi. Very frustrated. I'm actually going to take it down with me when I go down to the hairdressers tomorrow, and just have a look and see what books I've got on there that I would like to read and get them up. So yeah. Because I've got hairdressers tomorrow. I missed a question. I think my publications are available on Kobo too. Awesome. There you go. Hey Nicole, been diamond painting. We'll start reading after the episode of CSI Miami is over. I'll be reading Ranger's Trail by Elmer Kelton. Awesome. Hello to Vanessa. Hello, hon. How you going? You finished your sprinting now? That's good. Just finished sprinting. In the get for the UK books. Awesome. Now I'm doing a section of my diamond painting. Excellent. Yes, Sanderson does have his own series of books. They are pretty much on my to buy list as well. I have not read anything, like this is the first time I've read anything from Sanderson. I do have one book that came in a book roster box on my shelf, but I've not picked it up, so I don't even know what it's about. I just set it on my shelf and thought I'll get to that, because he is an author that I want to read. So definitely something. Look up Miss Bourne. That's the one that a lot of people recommend. Someone told me that certain sci-fi books are just Westerners in space. I think that's always put me off sci-fi. Yeah, Westerns in space. Yeah, and that's sort of some of Brendan's have been that way, but no, they're not all that way. I just like, I read Dune with my eyes because it was before it eased me into audiobooks. I'll be interested to see if I enjoy the audio as much, as that's how I plan to go into them this time. Excellent. Star Wars at least was a space western. True that. I really think the only thing that makes Dune a sci-fi is that it is set in space on a planet. The density, the tropes, and the world building all feel. I can't read. Feel like fantasy to me. Read the next line, right? I swear I can read. It's just not today. It's not happening. I was told to check my messages on YouTube. My messages? How do I even do that? You don't have messages. It's a scam. My husband came home with that. I'm like, you don't have messages on YouTube. You have comments or community comments. That's it. I don't know, like, and sometimes they leave a link there, so don't click on anything. You don't have messages on, unless you've got a channel, then they'll send you a message if you've got a copyright strike, but they do that in studio. But yeah, like it's probably a scam. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's a scam. Hey Nell, how you going? Jessica finished Heartstopper Volume 5. Awesome. Everybody's saying hello. Reading sprint tomorrow. Elena, reading sprint tomorrow. Okay, at 2:15. And the YouTube link is in the description below. Awesome. A little bit of channel advertising. Awesome. Have had this live stream pulled up for a while now, but finally settling in to read. Still listening to America Fantastica by Tim O'Brien. Awesome. Reading switch at 5 a.m. I'm sure everybody is seeing that, so I'm just going to skim over those pretty quickly. But yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit later because we're here for a while. So I'm working on The Stranger Upstairs and feel like I may DNF it. Oh, I wasn't reading it for a challenge. Oh, that's not good. Oh my goodness. Waiting for meal prep, so too cool, so I can put it in the fridge and watching Leandra's video. Yes, I just seen that. I've seen that popped up, added it to the watch list. I will get to it maybe in March. This rate. No, I hope to get to it a little bit quicker than that. Just finished chapter 1. Oh my god. I know, right? Did you have a chuckle at the what was his name? The one that eats sour cheese or whatever it was when he made the joke. I started laughing and he goes, maybe I should smile when I make these jokes, so I'll not understand what I'm saying. I'm just like, oh my goodness. That was such a throwaway line in amongst such a serious thing. But yeah, it's like I was watching the clock tick down and I'm like, I've got to go back and talk to people. Oh my god, what am I doing? Why am I reading this on sprints? But yeah, no, it's good. It's getting really good. And it's also getting, like, chapter 2 is also starting off good too. No, it's all happening. And like, they're not at the final battle yet, are they? Right? There's just stuff going on, right? Haven't managed to read yet because I'm like, this is very battle-ish. Let's go with that word, even though it's not a word. And I'm like, I'm sure we're not there yet. I haven't managed to read yet, but I did get the groceries put away and probably going to capture my dog for a bath. Good luck with that. That's all I'm going to say. 58 pages read by Chrissy M. Awesome. 3% done to go tell the... I have that on my to be read. I don't think I'm going to get to it this year, though. I did start the Outlander series, and I'm up to book 3. I think I finished, and I started 4. But I was just struggling with the audio a little bit, so I've ended up getting them in the physical. So I'll still probably, because I've got most of them on audio anyway, but I got them really cheap. Like some of them I got for $2 a book. So I'm going to sit down and immersively read them because I just think I'll focus a little bit better. Because they were so long, I just felt like I was drifting off a bit, but I was enjoying the story, so I don't understand why I was drifting off a bit. Maybe it was just the narrator. I don't know. Tracy read another 11%. That is awesome. Lynn's ate dinner and read 28 pages. Excellent. Jessica read 3.5 chapters. Go, everybody making some good progress there. I also changed the kitty reader and started prepping for dinner. Awesome. Go, Kata, having a nice productive sprint there. Finally bit the bullet and started Wheel of Time. Finished the prologue. What did you think? Chris, please tell me that you're going to like it. I think you will. I think you will. There's some moments in there that you'll go, but I think some of them, I think for the most part, you will enjoy it. Almost at 50%. Might finish it tonight. That'll be awesome. A lovable reader is here. Hello, hello. Thomas also joined during that sprint as well. I'm not sure what I'm reading though. I'm leaning towards Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy for the TBRathon. I'd go that. It seems like a really fun time read. Sarah has also just joined a few minutes ago. I'm going to be working on my reread and annotating House of Earth and Blood. Awesome. Nice little reread there. Currently reading Get a Life, Chloe Brown. That's for the readathon for the TBRathon, is it? The read along, sorry. Jasper finished another short story in Smoke and Mirrors by Neil Gaiman. His style is amazing for short stories. Okay, I've not read any of his. I actually haven't read anything by Neil Gaiman. I don't think. I possibly could have, but I don't think I have. Just trying to think. Nothing recently anyway, but who knows? I read so much. Who knows? I could have just forgotten that I have. I like an old man telling his grandkids a fairy tale. His voice is so enchanting. So he reads it too. Awesome. Good to know. My eldest just called and turned my brain into mush. Children have a way of doing that sometimes. I was able to clean a bit before I got into bed, and now I'm just trying to read a little bit. Yep. I love finishing the day off like that. Have 20 pages left of Chocolate and Something Happened. I don't really like it. Okay. It's been going between a 2 to 4, 4.5, is it, at moments in this book. That is a roller coaster of a book. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a great book at all. It sounds like very much a roller coaster for sure. 20 more pages read. Excellent. It's a chonker though. So I'm settling in for a long read. Yeah. I've read Skyward by Sanderson. I loved it, and I'm keen to read the rest of the series. Excellent, good to know. That's all I ever really hear about Sanderson, that how much of a good writer he is. I don't think I've ever heard anything bad about Neil Gaiman, Brendan Sanderson, Robert Jordan, and even like Patrick Rothfuss. I have it like his writing. I like his writing, and it's The Name of the Wind. It's the series that will probably never be finished. But like even his writing is really, really good as well. Like, I don't often hear a lot of bad stuff about the major players in the fantasy genre, which is good. So, kind of saying hi to everybody that popped in during the sprints. Jasper, 3 hours till dinner time, and the cats are already reminding me, looking for anything they can to knock off the shelves, counter, and desk. Cats are just so, at times, just is all you can say about them, isn't it? Like, especially when revolving around food. Mine, they like sit right at my kitchen door, so I keep my kitchen door shut because it gets quite hot in there because it's on the side of the house where the sun is constantly on it. So I'm on the south side of the house, and that's the north side. And so the sun goes directly across the top of my house. Great for solar power, not so great for heat in summer. And so I keep the kitchen door shut because it's easier to just do that and keep the heat all contained there, and then the rest of the house is cool. And they are so daft. They sit right at the door. So when you open the door, guaranteed one of them will, and they don't move away. Like, they hear me coming. I see them sitting at the door because they can tell by the way I walk through the house. And I get to the door, put my hand on, I can see their shadows, and they refuse to move. So I open the door, and sometimes I forget and I open it too quick and they get dumped in their head by the door. But they actually move closer to the door and like try to corral me into the corner. I'm like, you're not getting fed. You're just being fed. Back off. Popped in. I'm on 5:22 of 6:77, and need to get a few things done before I go to bed. Awesome. Hey, how are you, Dakota? I'm doing very well. Yeah, we're not there yet. I think it's just stuff just happening. Yeah. I figured as much. I was sitting there, I'm like, this is like, are we there? Are we not? So yeah, I haven't actually heard anybody say we're heading to the last battle, so that's why I was asking. So it might be coming up. Um, sorry, I'm just clicked off on that. Just jumped around on me. Go back. Yeah, here we go. The audio book for Eye of the World is not great. The man's voice is not too compelling. I might use one of my credits and buy the Rosamund Pike version. Yeah, I sped him up a little bit, so maybe that's an option for you to speed him up. As it goes on, he gets better. Like the first one, I would have to agree his voice was a little bit ho-hum, but speeding it up really helped. But I didn't really listen to much of the audiobook on book one. I read most of that with my eyes. There was just probably a little bit, and the same as book two. It wasn't until I got, I think, about halfway through book three that I just embraced the audiobook and all that sort of stuff. And you do get used to them after a while. So yeah. I love the audiobook. Audiobooks. Davina Porter is everything. Okay. I don't know. I struggled a little bit. Gemstone, I love the Graveyard book by Neil Gaiman. Excellent. Mistborn has to be my favorite series by Brandon Sanderson. I also read A Way of the Kings. He has quite a number of books too. So, and my partner loves him as well. So he thinks he's fabulous. I don't know if I'm going to continue with the Stormlight Archive books though. Okay, fair enough. My YouTube channel is scheduled for tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and the 9th at 5 to. Okay, good to know. So anybody looking, I think your thing is it Christina, is it on the spreadsheet? Yeah, so if it's on the spreadsheet, I will link that up down underneath. I keep forgetting to do it. I think my big problem with the book will be keeping track of the characters' names. For some reason, I don't usually remember names in fantasy book and sci-fi. Yeah, look, I had there's a lot of characters and there's a lot of names, but I found it easier just to keep track of who's who, like, and who they're with. So whether they're with the Shoshan or whether they're with Aes Sedai or so forth and so on. The Dark Friends, I will say I got a little bit confused, and every now and again I have to stop and think who is a dark friend and who is not. And then I'm like, then I think about some of the main characters, and I'm like, I don't know what side they're playing on. So, and I think that was on purpose, as well. So, I have the same problem. Yeah. I mean, I close a book and I can't even remember a person's name. Reading A Sprint Killing a Moon by Joe Nebspo. Awesome. I ended up picking almost all my chicken pasta tonight, sitting on the floor of the cat so they'd back off. They hunt you down, right? I like the Rosamund Pike version a lot better. So if you dislike Eye of the World audio with the two narrators, definitely try the newer one. Yeah, but there is only 3 of hers out, so you're only going to get as because aren't they doing them slowly? No, so yeah. Yes, it is on the spreadsheet. Awesome, cool. All right, we have got to the end of the comments, so I'm going to restart these timer. We only went a little bit over, so that wasn't too bad. So we're keeping at the end. I'm going to go for another hour sprint. I'm going to go and see what I've got in the cupboard for lunch and do some dishes and continue listening to Wheel of Time. So I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting, everybody. Well, hello, everybody. How did we go? I am about halfway through chapter 4. Just spoke to my husband and found out that on Friday I might not be here for sprints because he goes to court on Friday. So I've got to ring him back in 20 minutes, whether he wants me, because he just said he's a bit over it. So yeah, so he might not even want me to come, so that's fine. So I've just got to check in with him, and I'll know more probably tomorrow or Wednesday. But if that's the case, I mean, I'll probably start. We won't be down there for very long, and then I might just check in, and all the rest of it, and then I'll be checking out at around 3:00 on Friday, because I have to drive down to Brisbane. Apparently, I don't know. That's not 100% yet. So yeah, I'll have to work all that out, and so I will work it all out and let everybody know. Right now, the sprints are set. So as far as I know, Neva will still be doing them, and I will start them and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. All right. Now, during that sprint, I listened to my book as well, and I got up to I'm about halfway through chapter 4. It's all happening when I can't talk about it. And I didn't star where we were up to either in the comments. So yeah, I did the dishes as well. I put on a big pot of rice as well, so that's in the rice cooker. That'll switch off. I have my books organized for the haul and for the buzzwordathon. I had to think what it was called then. I've got them sorted. I just got to go through them and see what they're all about and take some notes and all that sort of stuff. So I'm probably going to do that in the next sprint, maybe. But I am going to have some lunch in the next sprint. So I'm probably going to make the next sprint an hour and a half, because I have to go down the road to get some margarine and a few bits and pieces. So I will be making the next sprint 90 minutes, just so I don't get caught up, because sometimes on a Monday it can be pretty busy downtown. I've organised all of my haul books. I have all of them ready to go for December. I just had to make sure that I had all the books that I got in December. I'm not including Christmas books because we've already unwrapped them on the channel and whatnot. And yeah, I've already started a pile for January. I have a problem. Hi, my name's Nicole and I'm a book addict. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. But considering that I read 95 off my physical shelf last year, that's pretty good. And the 2 readathons already this year, bar 3, sorry, I own in the physical, and I think I'm at 25 or 24 books between the 2 readathons. So that's not bad for the first month. All for the Buzzwordathon, which is another 12, are also off my shelf, and 6 of them are from the book grocer box that we got at Christmas. And all the books that I for prompts and everything like that, I am definitely pulling from my shelves first. I have another readathon happening next month that I'm helping co-host, and I also have plans to pull stuff off, and I have a collab that's going on in the background, that another 3 books. So like already I'm going to be close to 35, 40 books by the end of February. So I've only pulled 2 off my Kindle and 1 off my audio so far. So, but I'm not focusing on them this year. I'm focusing on my physical shelf. So yeah, that's where I pull from first. I did that this year for 2023 as well. And then also in February, the bingo challenges that I do are also starting up. So they are something that I do each week. And yeah, so I'm actually doing, I think I'm going to do the 12-week one again, but this time I'm going to have a free space so you can pick whatever you want. But where it rolls up is, you know, where it rolls up. So yeah, because I just basically roll the dice for that, and then I know what we're reading and stuff. So yeah. All right, now I think we were here. So Elena, if you're still on, you have to schedule your sprints for it to end up on the database, which Christina's probably already contacted you. But for those that don't know, Elena has just put up her first video on her channel, and a little bit further down in the chat from this point, I have shared that link, so you can go over and subscribe. And I'm always happy to support anybody that is a long-time viewer that ends up becoming a booktuber and wants to talk about books. I'm happy to share your links and whatnot. But again, like, Elena is here every time we sprint and supports my channel, so I'm happy to support Elena's channel. So go over and check her out. And I loved how she ended her video. It's great. It's absolutely great. But yeah, Elena, you need to schedule them for them to end up on the database so we can get people to come and watch your sprints, okay? I would get those versions, but guarantee. Yeah, this is another thing too, because I just checked before, there's only 3 on Audible. So yeah, this is the thing with Wheel of Time. Like, yeah, is she guaranteed to do the whole series? Because if she's not, that's going to be a bit of a bummer. And I'm sure I heard someone said that she's only releasing the books because they've done the first season, and the first season covers the first 3 books. Is that right? Because I haven't watched the full first season yet. So yeah, so the second season obviously covers the next however many books they decide. So is she guaranteed to do it? So it'd be interesting. Just me saying thank you. And there is the link to Elena's says the dinner is served. Raleigh went over and checked out your channel. So did Coda. That was awesome. Loved it. And no worries. As I said, I'm always happy to support viewers that become booktubers, and so is Christina as well. And Leandra has bid us farewell for the night because it is getting on in time, and I dare say that Leandra's got work tomorrow. So thank you very much for joining, Leandra. I really do appreciate it. And saying good night. And that was a dinner sprint. Awesome. Mine was getting prepped for lunch. I don't eat lunch until, like, I have to be really hungry to eat lunch around this time. And I didn't have a very filling dinner last night because I do intermittent fasting. So, yeah. And then I usually break my fast around about this time. And it's really helped with a lot of my symptoms for my thyroid and stuff like that. So, yeah, I try not to eat it. And if I'm sprinting, I try to push it a little bit further and just have a small snack to break my fast. So whether that be a smoothie or, something. I do it for about an hour before I'm actually going to sit down and eat a meal. But I had nothing cooked and I didn't feel like a salad. So I just thought I'll put a pot of rice on and I'll push it a little bit later. And then probably around 3 o'clock, I'll have my lunch/dinner. And then I'll just have a small salad or a sandwich a bit later on and whatnot. So, yeah. Because I am trying to get back into my fitness regime and all that sort of stuff. And I've been walking and doing, like, I haven't walked every single day, but I have been trying to at least get 5,000 steps in. There's been a couple of days where I have walked. I've done over 10,000 steps once already in the first week of January. My goal is to get to 10,000 steps by the end of January. Today, I really don't feel like walking, so I'm thinking I'm just going to pull up. I'll see how the day plays out. It is quite overcast outside as well, so but it's very hot, even though it's overcast. So I'm thinking that I might just in front of the aircon do a YouTube 30-minute walking video. Yeah, so I think I might do that today, or maybe some yoga or something. But I'll do something in the way of activity. Finished a chapter in the non-fiction book, Metazole. Oh, that's right, you were reading this. I was interested in this book and I forgot to write it down. So I am going to write that down. That sounded really interesting. Let me just write that down. Non-fiction. I'm trying to incorporate more non-fiction this year. I'm really, really trying to. As I was talking about it before, I've got one for the, well, I've actually got 2. So, and got 53% in the audio book. Yeah, I'm really keen to look at that book. It sounded very interesting when you were talking about it yesterday. Made a good chunk into The Stranger Upstairs. I don't hate it now, which is good. That's good. It's turned the corner. That's always a good thing. And I'm going to do best to finish it. Well, we're still here for a couple more hours, and as I said, the next sprint is actually going to be probably a late dinner or a dinner sprint, lunch sprint, all that sort of stuff. As I said, I've got to duck down and grab some stuff, so I just want to get some Japanese mayonnaise because I've run out. And tonight, what I'm going to have for dinner is some salmon with some homegrown spinach, some homegrown beans, and I'm just going to put that through the rice and eat it like that, and put a little bit of, I forget the name of the sauce, but it's delish, and some Japanese mayonnaise. Hopefully they have it in stock, because they didn't have it in stock the other day, so I might have a look on the website and see if they've got it. Almost 50% into American Gods. It's really a Neil Gaiman month for me. I just reached 300 pages. Awesome. I'm also using it to overcome my big book fear. Hang around here long enough, I'll have you reading the big books, because right now this is what I have on the go. I've got a smaller book on the go as well, which I'll probably finish a bit later. But these are the two books that I have on the go at the moment, and collectively they have over 2,000 pages. Yesterday it was just under 2,000, but I have swapped out Wheel of Time 13 for 14, and it has over 1,000 pages. So collectively, these are huge, but they are reading really fast. So don't always be thinking that you're going to get a chunky book and it's going to read slow. This one here, I was listening to and immersive reading, and in pretty much in one sitting, I got up to page 137, and I swear to you, it felt like that I'd only read like 20, 50 pages or whatever. But it just read that fast that I didn't even realize that that's where I was up to. And like, I know that sounds like a bit of a contradiction, but it does read really fast, the passage. So yeah. And then I've got this little bitty itty bitty one, and I had another itty bitty one yesterday that I read. So I felt like I completed something, and that's what I sort of, when I read a big book, I always have something little. So this one is a nonfiction, and it's about a lady's auntie that was murdered, and so it's an interesting topic, and it's the autobiography of a trial. And I talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't think you were on, but yeah, it's just going through the emotions that the family's feeling 35 years on, because the perpetrator has been brought to trial. Yeah, because the murder was unsolved for so long, and they're just going through the emotions of the not knowing and the fear that it puts in you without you realizing that it put it in you and stuff. So yeah, very interesting. And it's only a little book too. It's only got like 200, just under 200 pages. And the best part was, ages and ages ago, when Leandra put me onto Maggie Nielsen, this was free on Audible, so I grabbed it on Audible. So if I want to just keep listening to it, I can. But I was immersively reading it last night. So yeah, Julie is back for a while. Good evening. Hello. I just finished Bunny. Excellent. 3 stars. It was an interesting concept and well written, but I was bored through a lot of it. Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I have seen that book around. I have no idea what it's about or anything either. So yeah. I put the dishes away, did a quick bathroom wipe down, got ready for bed to read a few chapters. Awesome. I have 560 of 677. Awesome. Made good progress there. I was so unsatisfied with the lady 30 pages of the book that I rated it 2.5 stars, 2 out of 5 stars, sorry, and I had to take a rage break. Love it, a rage break. That's awesome. 11% done with Go Tell the Bees That I'm Gone. Awesome. How are you enjoying it? That's book 10, right? 9 or 10. Puppies washed and brushed. Awesome. You managed to catch the dog. Going to sit down and read for a bit. Excellent. Listen to more of House of Sky and Beneath, and still have 3 hours left. I mean, I'm enjoying this book, but it's a never-ending one. And by this, I was just about to say the same thing. This book is still going. Oh my goodness. I've read how many books in the time that you've read? It's like 800 or 900 pages or something, isn't it? It's a pretty big book, and you're just reading it slowly too. Jessica read 4 chapters. That is awesome. Nice progress there. I think that that was my last sprint. I want to read, but I have to get up for work tomorrow. So thanks for the sprints, and see you next time. No worries, not a problem. We will be back for sure. We're sprinting 3 days a week now. So yeah. And my Wednesday ones actually start around this time. So it's probably a little bit late for some, but we still do them anyway because it keeps me on track, because I get to Wednesday and I just want to go and do other stuff and not concentrate on work. So it puts me in a good shape for Thursday, because I get to Thursday, then I'm fine again, but it's just Wednesday gives me like I want to stop work vibes. Hello, Tina. I hope you're all doing well. Reading A Wedding at Seagrove by Rachel Hannah and Cordelia's Royal Dew by Nora Roberts. Awesome. Watched your Christmas or Mine too. It was very cute. Awesome. Well done, Elena. Great little vlog. It is, isn't it? It was great. I love the ending. It was great. Gave me flashbacks to my childhood. I have been doing okay, sticking to the read What You Own concept so far. That's awesome. But I did have to put holds on print books. I was listening to in December after the cloud library service got glitchy. Yeah, that's not great. I got to chapter 4 of Iron Flame. Awesome. Sadia also subscribed to Elena. That is excellent. Not looking forward to the winter weather coming in tomorrow. Yeah. You're all having some weather over there, aren't you? Good night to Leandra. Season 3 is supposed to cover book 5 with bits of book 4, since book 3 was covered in season 2. Okay. With bits of book 4. I'm just assuming about all the books are coming out. Yeah. I think, yeah, I don't know. You hear so many things and you just don't know. Pretty sure new audiobooks are Amazon own, just like the show. Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, because the other ones, so that means that eventually the only ones on there will be the Rosamund Pike ones if they're Amazon owned. And who owns the other ones? They did just say it. I think it was HarperCollins. I think it was when I started this book. I'll have to go back. Yeah, you're on your way. Yum, it sounds so good. Yeah, I had it the other day and it was so nice. I've thrown the bottle out for the sauce, so once I get the sauce, we'll be good to go. So let me just go and pause that, and we'll get through these comments. Oh, no, I can't see anything. What did I do? There we go. There's Animal Life and Birth of the Mind is by Peter Godfrey. Okay, cool. I'll write that down because otherwise I'll be looking for it forever. It just sounded like a really interesting book, and I'm trying to, that's probably what I'm going to be buying most of this year. I think it will be like in the way of audiobooks and nonfiction books, because a lot of my nonfiction books I like to listen to. So they probably won't see them in the physical, but they will probably be the most purchased audiobooks this year. That's Amazon doesn't own the Wheel of Time. Yeah, so that's the oh, okay. And Macmillan Audio has published the Pike books. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There you go. Because I was going to say, if they own the Pike books, then that means that they'll get rid of the Kate Redding and Michael Kramer audios, because I've seen them do that before too. A Life of Something is a good book. I think is the title. Okay, cool. Will the Women's Prize for books this year be the only shorter books you read? They tend to be shorter than the than other ones, probably. Well, I'm not reading. I'm going to. I don't know. See, I want to read The Long List again. but I don't know. It'll just depend, because last year I was struggling to get the books, which was very annoying. So I may have to get them from the UK, because I couldn't get, like, a lot of them I couldn't get here. So yeah. Book 9, and I'm loving it. Currently 37 and 444. I will come back to that, Chris, because I do want to read them, because I had a lot of fun reading those. Like, even though there were some crappy books on there that just weren't my cup of tea, and some were exceptionally long, I still enjoyed my time doing it. So, yeah, so I probably will read the long list again, but I think I'm just going to get them from the UK. A book Capturing the Devil by Kerry Manskillo. Awesome. I was expecting the prologue of Wheel of Time book to be very long, so I was shocked it was so short. I double checked that I didn't miss anything. No, you didn't. The first one was the first one lulls you into a false sense of security, and it wasn't really until probably book 4 onwards that they started to get a little bit longer, if my memory serves me correctly. And to be honest, I didn't really focus on because the first few books I didn't do on sprints, because I wasn't doing sprints. And it wasn't until I picked up book 5 again, when Coda and I continued on doing it on sprints as a buddy read. And that, like, we were already buddy reading over on Discord, but then we turned our sprints into buddy read as well. And so that was the only time I started. So I would say from book 6 onwards, that's when I noticed the prologues were long, because you just fall, like, I found myself just falling straight back into the story and into the world. So to me, it was just continuing on, but it was setting the book up for a few different characters that may or may not come into it or go out of it and stuff like that. So there was a lot of that sort of feeling when I was reading the books. So yeah, and so you didn't miss anything. I read a small graphic novel during Leandra sprints on Saturday, just to make me feel better about how. Yeah, that's it. If you just pick up some of those, some of those little books that you want to get through and all that, it gives you that satisfaction that you've read a book as well. So yeah. They don't start getting ridiculous until a handful of books in. Yeah, I think it was book 5 or 6 that they started to get huge. I mean, book 7 was like 100 pages. But if you go on to Audible, when you scroll through, the Great Storm prologue is a separate book. You can actually read that prologue by itself, even though it's in the book. So, like, yeah. Drew some lines in my journal so I could write something. I have no idea what I was going to put there. So it's gone from my brain. It was a cool idea, though. I have those moments, Christina. Don't worry about it. You're in good company. I may have accidentally also put on hold Simon Jimenez book after watching a Just One Reader booktube video this week. Sounds like the author is I need to try. Awesome. I always like it when you get books like that. It's awesome. Wait, I think I was going to write down my goals for the day. What I want to accomplish. Guess I didn't. I guess I did not complete them. That's funny. Audible has both versions of the Wheel of Time so far. The Pike version is much better and easier to listen to at 2 times speed. That's fair enough. I see. I don't know any different for me to change now. And I don't think I will end up buying the Rosamund Pike ones, to be honest, because I've already owned all of them anyway. I was given a couple of nonfiction recs recently of Time and Turtles and Soul of an Octopus. Okay, I will write those down too. I have my list here with nonfiction written at the top. I've still got a couple of nonfiction books on my shelf, but yeah, I definitely, and they're in the physical, and I definitely want to get to them. Of Time and Turtles. And the Soul of an Octopus. I write very slow. And they by Cy Montgomery. Awesome. I could have just taken a picture of that. That would have been easier. Have you decided which Wheel of Time book will be your favorite of the list? Oh, that's like asking me to choose one of my children, Shannon. I can't do that. My goodness. On that note, I'm going to star that comment and we'll come back to that. I'll have a bit of a think about it, I think. Yeah, I don't think I can choose, but anyway, we are going to do a 90-minute sprint. Okay, so I'm going to duck down and let me just sort this out. 90, and yeah, so I'm going to do lunch and go down to get the things I need, and I'll see you all in 90 minutes. Happy sprinting, everybody. See you soon. Well, hello, everybody. We are back. That was quite the sprint. Got a fair bit done. Got my dinner sorted out and all that sort of stuff. However, did not end up going down the road because I got sidetracked with my daughter and then phone calls and all the rest of it. So I'll have to go down later. So, oh well, you get that. But I had some lunch. I feel a little bit better. And yeah, I'm not so hungry now. Starting to get a bit shaky because I hadn't eaten. So I just had a chicken salad sandwich, which was nice with homegrown vegetables on it, which was nice. Always very tasty. I got up to chapter 6, 100 page 177. I'm going to give Wheel Time a little bit of a rest now. I'm starting to get a bit of a headache from listening to. I don't listen for long periods of time to books. I usually have breaks in them, but yeah. Chapter 6, 177 pages today. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. So, yeah, right where it, like I almost wanted to go on because right where it ended, someone walked in that I've been waiting for. So it'd be interesting to see how the next couple of chapters play out. And Coda will know what I'm talking about for sure. So, yeah. But, I was like, oh, do I keep going? No, I'm like, no, I need to stop. I need to just, yeah. Plus, I kept getting in right. I probably would have been further along, but talking to the daughter and the phone and all that sort of stuff always makes it a little bit harder to read your books, doesn't it? And it's funny, like I'll be out here working away. I'll be in the lounge room, whatever. As soon as she sees me pick up a book, she wants to have a bit of chat. So, not surprised, really. Yeah, she's just never grown out of that trait. So how did everybody else go during that sprint? Let me see where we're up to. Oh, that's right. Shannon asked the hard question. She was asking me to choose one of my children. I can't pick it. I can't. Honestly, I can't because I haven't finished this book yet either. So, but there's been something in every book that I've really, really liked. So I would not be able to pick at all. Coda thought that was funny. Same. Plus, I like Mike and Kate. She hasn't, she hasn't. I had a look during that sprint, and just there doesn't seem to be anything else other than the first 3 books. So, and yeah, and it sort of concerns me a little bit that, like what if she doesn't finish the series off, and then you're used to listening to them. So I'm happy with who I listen to. I've been staring at those lines for most of the last sprint. That's funny. I want to think about it all as one big book. Yeah, I think that's the only way to think about this whole series, because they're all interconnected in one way or another. Like there's nothing, you cannot pick up one of these books and start reading it midway through. You have to start at number 1 and go through. Yeah, I see. I don't know. I don't think I might even have to answer that one after listen to the podcast again and refresh. Yeah, like there's right now, right at this point in time, I haven't finished the series, so I can't definitively say that the 14th book isn't going to be my favorite book. But I think for me, there was something in every single book that was memorable, or that stood out more than the other book, or things like that. Like, so I don't think I'd ever be able to pick. Because overall, I've been, as Coach says, been treating it as one big book. It's just, there's 1,000 pages in each book, or thereabouts. There's some of that are a lot shorter and whatnot. But yeah, I don't think I could pick it. So this was a while ago now, so I'm assuming that Jean has already gone to bed. But good night, Jean. Everyone's saying good night to Jean and telling her to sleep well. Popping in to say hi, still at work. Such a bummer. Yeah, it sucks. Don't keep missing the chatty bits. That's okay now, it's fine. Hey Deb, how you going? Popping in to say hi and going to start a new book. Not sure which one. Oh. Hello, Sash. How you going? Currently reading The Invisible Hour. And Coda made it to chapter 5. Awesome. How did I get so far in front of you, Coda? Selena's popped in. How are you? I haven't seen you for a while, so hello. How are you going? Happy New Year. Got to page 72 and took a shower. Awesome. Was reading a physical American Gods. Then Kitty came over for a cuddle and not allowed me to multitask during cuddle, so I switched to audiobook. We were liars. Awesome. At least you still got some productivity done. Done with go tell the bees I'm gone. Awesome. That's excellent. Still made some more progress. That's awesome. I have 22 pages left of my book. Oh, you could do that in the next sprint. Easy. Thomas got 24% through the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy audiobook. That's awesome. Making good progress there as well. Coda is getting sleepy. You may have to read through chapter 5 in the morning. Do you want to read more between now and Wednesday? I'm going to say no. I'm going to leave it till Wednesday because I want to get a couple of these little books finished for the readathon, so at least I can have some content to put out, because otherwise I have nothing to put out. So yeah, and I've got a heap of appointments tomorrow and all that sort of stuff as well, which I won't be able to do much like listening to reading or anything like that. So yeah, I remember you saying that 1 and 2 Wheel of Time books were dull, but setting up the stories for future books. Yeah, they not real, like there was dull moments, but they weren't overall, like thinking back now, overall they weren't that dull. That I just think at that particular time I was struggling to read them, that for whatever reason. But there were dull moments and they ebbed and flowed a bit and all that sort of stuff. I got very frustrated more than anything with the character of Matt and Nynaeve pulling on her braid. If you're reading Wheel of Time 1, you already know about the braid. But overall, like I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be able to pick them as the worst books, because they're not. They were setting up the story. There was a lot of world building in the first couple of books, and for the most part, world building is fairly dull, in my opinion. I mean, some people love it. I'm not a fan of the world building. I just rather tell me this is what the world's like and move on. But that's not how authors write their books. So you have to go through the dull parts. But there were exciting moments and exciting elements in those books. And I think that made up for the world building that was happening. My favorite part about those books was when Jordan split all the characters up. So, yeah. Which happens fairly early in book 1, if my memory serves me correctly. And if not, I'm sorry. But you don't know who's been split up with who. So, because it was great, because we met the main characters fairly early in the setup of I think in the prologue we met them. Or in chapter 1 at least, we met all of the main characters and whatnot, and it was very into the action, if my memory serves me correctly, pretty much straight away. And as is the TV show as well, it's pretty much straight into the action as well. And then I just really liked how Jordan would have something exciting happening around those characters, and then it'd sort of start to die off again, and then it'd be boom back into it again. And that's how I felt through those books. But as I said, I'm not a huge fan of world building. I'm okay. I have a very vivid imagination. So if someone said to me, this is the world, this is the magic, this is what happens in, and all that sort of stuff, I can draw my own conclusions from that, be it right or wrong. But I can draw my own imagery and all that sort of stuff. So for me, world building is not an exciting thing. I prefer to get to know the characters in depth. And I think that Jordan got an even mix of that. That was my feeling on it. I mean, it could be completely different for every person that reads this book, but that was how I felt about the books at the time. But there were some dull moments as well. So, yeah. And I think for the most part, I hated every scene that Matt was in because I didn't like Matt. I think in one of my videos I said, just let me kill him off. Can I please just kill him off? Just the decisions that the dude makes. Oh, painful. Just painful. Julie read 10 pages, 47 of 444. I'm motivated to read more. That's awesome. Nice little progress there. I didn't read, but I did get set up for the morning and chatty with the husband about my reading A World of Warcraft, and then realized that was not the title. So I'm getting ready for bed. Oh, dear me. Read Eye of the World tomorrow. I feel so silly. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We make these mistakes. I finished a bit in the arc of my three. It's each of my. I'm getting tired, obviously. 3 current books: American Fantasia, Metazoa, and Ink and Shadows. Awesome. And ate cake. This is what you should have started with. I ate cake and read some. And watched some booktube videos. I haven't watched anything today. Got to chapter 9 of Iron Flame. Awesome. Thanks for the sprints, Nicole. Have a beautiful rest of the day and night. I will. You hope you sleep well as well. It's getting late for you guys. Book 7 is one of Wheel of Time faves. Also, see, I can't even distinguish between all the books now. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's why I think I see it as one giant book, because I just can't even tell you what the main overarching plot points were in 7. 10's probably the one that I remember the most, because that was a lot of stuff that was non-eventful, but that was the one we read before the novella, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that was the one that wasn't so eventful, or maybe it was 9. But everybody got placed where they needed to be, and it sort of just, it ramped it up. Selena, I'm good. I've just been settling back into life in Australia, so everything has been super crazy and busy. I bet it has. It's been a couple of years since you've been here, so yeah. We'll leave you on TV. My cat liked to watch too. Okay, cool. No worries. Thank you. I paused for a bit because I was looking around the house for something and I kept missing what was going on. Yeah, I usually pause if I'm doing any time I feel like I'm just going to get distracted. I just pause it. Like, I actually paused it through the washing because I couldn't hear it properly. I've lost my little white earbuds somewhere, and these are good, but they're too big for my ears, and so they don't sit snugly in my ears, so I get a lot of surround. So even these are supposed to be noise cancelling. They're a Samsung one. They come with my phone. They're okay in a pinch, but I cannot find my white ones anywhere. And I'm just wondering if I gave them to Savannah, because she lost hers, because it's unusual that they're not here. So I was looking for new earbuds as well. So yes. Good night, Christina. See you tomorrow night. Awesome. Good night. Good night. Hi and good night. Okay, sounds good. I'll pause after chapter 5 then. I've got some other stuff to go in between too. Yeah, I think I'm still going to just do it on sprints. I mean, what are we? We're at the 8th. We've got, yeah, like I read almost 200 pages today. So, yeah, I think I'm good with that for today. And then I'll just do some more on Wednesday afternoon. Friday, I don't know where I'm going to be at the moment, but I will definitely listen to some and all that sort of stuff. That was just a rumble I heard. We must have a storm coming. Meg has also joined. Just finished 7 Years Slip by Ashley Austin. Ended with this. The ending was sweet, but also had me tearing up. Oh, 5 stars. Oh. I like a sweet book sometimes, or all the time sometimes. Good night, Dakota. Sleep well. Let's see. Have a good Monday, Dakota. Yes, have a good day at work. Thanks to everybody. If you have to reread the following books for a reading challenge, which one would you choose? None. I would bow out. Definitely not Trespassers. No, because it puts me to sleep for Demon Copperhead. And the Fireman, well, I can only read so much about coffee. I'm sorry. No. None. Zip. Nada. Next. That's what I would say to those 3 books. None of the... Well, I didn't finish the Fireman one, which I can't even think what was... finish that one. I DNF'd that because it was boring as, like, I just did not care. Trespassers, well, I've read that, and Demon Copperhead, I read that as well. But Trespassers, I don't get along with for obvious reasons, which we've discussed before. I just don't like the Irish troubles and all that sort of stuff. And Demon Copperhead was like 200 to 300 pages too long, in my opinion. And I'm sure that there are people out there that don't agree with that, but I'm sticking to that. And I know that Trespassers is Chris's favourite book from the Women's Prize for Fiction. The fireman one, like, I think too, like, it was talking about places that I have not been. Like, I've never been to America, and it's talking about places that I couldn't even imagine in my mind where they were in America. Like, I sort of had a rough idea. And yeah, and I just, like, I'm sure it ended well because some people said that it ended well, but I just had to DNF it. Like, I wasn't going to try and push through. I just couldn't do it. So that's why I DNF'd it. It's the best world building is embedded into the story itself instead of being explained. Yeah, that's what I prefer. Or just, yeah. And like Jordan does that, but there are some parts where he sort of just, there were just some dull moments. And, you know, like, it was the first couple of books in 14. So obviously it got better. So yeah. And as I said, that's 14, like, that's a year ago when I read that. Actually, it's longer than a year ago because I actually started Wheel of Time in 2022. And then I stopped reading it because the person that I was reading it with, I was buddy reading with, had to drop out. So I just put it down and thought, I'll get back to it. And then I seen Sid was going to do it as a read along. So I waited until they got to, I picked up book 2. So I read book 1, and then I picked book 2 up with Coda and Sid. So, yeah. Is there something about Wheel of Time that you and Coda completely disagree about? No, not that I'm aware of. No, not that I'm aware of, because I was just reading the next one. I started out disliking Matt, but now I love Matt. Yeah. Oh no, I have had a bit of a turnaround with Matt, and it's when Sanderson started writing Matt, because the whole time that Jordan was writing Matt, I just did not like him, and I think it was because Jordan made him out to be a bit of a villain from the start, like, you know, he just had a devil may care attitude, and he didn't care of the consequences of his actions and how that it would affect the rest of them, especially early on in the piece. Just some of it, like, you know, they'd tell him not to do something and then he'd go ahead and do it, and it was just super frustrating because it was not just affecting Matt, it was affecting everybody, the things that he was doing, and putting people in danger, so to speak, in some cases. But when Sanderson started, and I don't know if you agree with me on this or not, Coda, but when Sanderson started writing Matt, I don't know, there was just some sort of shift there. He became less disposable. Like, right throughout the book, I felt like he was just a disposable character, someone that you could just bump off and no one would actually care. But he became less disposable as sort of time went on. But when Sanderson started writing him, he just became more humanized in a way, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, I connected with him more. He became more relatable. He became more likable, and he's funny. Like, he's actually funny now. He had some funny moments while Jordan was writing him, but when Sanderson's written him, he's got more of a sense of humor, and that's coming through. I think, like, some of the things he said, I've actually had laugh out loud moments, and whatnot. So yeah, I really hated, like, the one thing I hated about in the beginning was anytime Nynaeve got frustrated, she'd pull on her braid, and I'm like, it became annoying. And there was a little bit, like, in the beginning, what is it, the wheel weaves, where the wheel turns and all that sort of stuff, and that was being thrown around quite a bit. Like, it was almost like, now I'm not a writer, so I have no idea, I could be completely off here. like, I feel like that it was like Jordan had hit a stutter. And when he wanted to say, whenever he wanted to say something, but to keep it like secretive, he'd throw in that line. It started to get a little bit repetitive, but then he really backed off. I think from book 5 or 6, he really backed off on throwing that in. In the first few books, that was thrown around quite a bit, to the point that it was, for me, it was getting frustrating, because I felt like it was like a stutter, like we, listening to a record got to that point and just, didn't. And so, yeah, so that frustrated me a little bit. And Nynaeve pulling on her damn braid. And I got a little bit frustrated too with Nynaeve's character, because she was such a passionate character, but her flaw is that she hides it. And it was so frustrating, because she had so much to say in the early books, but didn't really say it at the same time. Like, you felt that there was more that she had to offer. I mean, as the books have gone on, obviously these characters have settled down. And I like that about the books too, that we got to see the flaws of each character. They just weren't the character, and, they were perfect and they were well-rounded and all the rest of it. They have flaws. But yeah. Matt has always been one of my favorite characters. I feel there are some there. I feel there are some where I was more excited throughout than others. Some were more excited at the end, but I don't think they're ever necessarily bored or anything. Yeah, like, there was just dull moments. I wouldn't say that I was bored, because if I was bored, I wouldn't have finished the books. I wouldn't have finished the book I was reading. I wouldn't have continued on with the series. It's like, when I've said that, I'll probably, there was some dull moments, and there definitely were some dull moments. I think book 5 was, the chapters were extremely long, and that sort of made me put it down. But both Coda and I both put the book 5 down around at the same place, so I can only assume that maybe that we ended up with the that we maybe had the same sort of feeling about the book, that the chapters were just really long, because I drove for 6 hours and didn't even make a dent in that book. I think I went from 33 to chapter 40 in 6 hours. Like, and I don't slow my books down that far in the car. Like, I'll take them down. At that stage, I was still listening to them at 190 2 times speed. I'll take it down to 180 or something like that. I feel like I've missed stuff, and I couldn't possibly pick a favorite book the first read through. Yeah, I don't think I could either. Maybe next time I read it, because I'll probably savor them a lot. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, that's my question that I ask myself. Did I read these books too fast? Like, could I have slowed it down a little bit? And that's what I was saying before. Like, I think next time when I reread these, I will definitely probably take a lot longer to read each book, and I will probably take a little bit more notice of what is happening, because, like, as much as I love buddy reads, we tend to speed read through our books. And I think slowing this down on a reread, like to get through the 14, how we have, it's been absolutely fabulous. And I've, gleaned a lot from it and all the rest of it. But I think if I was to do a reread of it, I'd still like to do it as a buddy read so I could discuss it with someone, because right now I want my husband to read these and listen to him, and he's like not listening to me. And I don't know why. So yeah, well, I do know why, because I don't listen to him either. When it comes to book recommendations. So yeah, so I think, like, having someone to read it with, but going slower again, would be more like treating it more like a book club. Where you take a while to read it, and then you have serious discussions about it. I would be inclined to even do it as like a live discussion after each book, but taking 2 months to read each book. Yeah, that sounds like a long time, but really nutting it out in, private messaging, and then also doing live streams. I think that would be a really good thing to do. So yeah, lots of other series before that, I agree. I would cut Demon Copperhead in half. Agreed. And there was it was no reason for it to be that long, no. And I'm pretty sure that Barbara Kingsolver is her name, yeah. She doesn't get paid by the word, so yeah, she can cut it in half. I like long books, but not repetitive books. And that I think is what the problem was. It was very, okay, we get it. That's how I felt while I was reading it. I mean, truth be told, I even fell asleep during the day. In the morning, after being asleep for 8 hours, I was listening to that book, and I was on the couch listening to it and also immersive reading it. And I stopped immersive reading it and I fell asleep. That gives you some idea of how shit that book was. Do I have it on my bookshelf? Yes, I do. It's staying right next to A Little Life to remind me how shit it was. You'll get some refresher moments as you, yes, you do. Since the books had a year between publications as they came out. Yes, that is another thing too. I liked the fact that even though we were reading them back to back, I still liked the fact that we had those little refreshers about what was happening, because the books are all chunky books, and you inevitably miss something, or something just doesn't register, or someone's walked into the room at the wrong time and you've missed some key point. Like one particular thing that happens in the book, I still cannot tell you what book that was in, that event happened. And yeah, and I was like, when they were talking about it, I'm like, wait, hang on a minute, when did that happen? I cannot tell you what happened around it. So there will be so much more, like every time you read it, and I can see why people reread it all the time. You just glean a little bit more from each one. So yeah, and you get a lot of disagree. I don't know, Shannon. We even put book 5 down around the same point and picked it up around the same point time without planning it. It was like that. It was destined. Okay, if we go on, what the wheel weaves, it was destined, and that for us to know to pick it up together. And like, we've had a pretty good time reading it and whatnot. It's just a shame that Sid took off a little bit ahead of us, but I also understand, like we both for 2 months put the book down. So it's good to know, Coda. I've been reading novels with a small cast of characters, so it's going to take practice to get used to the large number of characters to remember. Look, my advice is just, you won't really notice that there is that many characters that are in it, and Jordan does a really good job of keeping you engaged in the characters. Sometimes you might go, oh, I can't remember who this person is, or which, I call them clans, like that's just because that's what I do, but who they're with. So are they an Aes Sedai? Are they the Shoshan? Or, are they a Dark Friend, Children of the Light, White Cloaks, whatever. Like, so yeah, there's, but you've got that glossary in the back. So if you're not sure who they are, or who's who in the zoo, just go and have a look at the back of there. Like if you hear a word that, a couple of times I went to the back, but for the most part, I remembered who they are and all that sort of thing is. And a lot of time they don't have names either. Like they'll just be part of that clan, so to speak. That just makes it easier for me to describe it. So yeah, not being very articulate at 3:45 in the afternoon. Been on sprints. I started liking him a bit more around 10 and 11, and then Sanderson does take off with him, in 13. Plus his characters developed and grow, probably the most fluid out of everyone. Yeah, this is true, yes, because he had the most growth to have. Like, you sort of knew from the beginning that Nynaeve was going to be something of importance. We knew that Egwene was going to have some very important, like I did not envision that she'd end up being there, but I you knew from the beginning that there was something special about Rand, Perrin, and all the rest. And Matt was just this dark horse. All right, he was just out there, like he was almost floundering in comparison to the rest of the characters. The rest of the characters were strong. They had direction. They were being guided by an Aes Sedai and her water and all that sort of stuff. And Matt was just this loose cannon, dark horse, whatever you want to call him, out on the peripheral and just being a dick, for a lack of a better term. And yeah, and so you get frustrated because I guess in a way you could see that he had potential because you knew that he was part of this main group. So you knew that there had to be some potential there for him. And I think that's what makes everybody either love or hate him, is that they know that there's that potential there and he's squandering it in some cases. In other cases, he's not. He comes through for the fans and all the rest of it. But yeah, you just get frustrated with him, which then in turn I think makes you not like him. And that was my experience. I can't speak for anybody else, but that was my experience with him. Everyone's has good character growth as well, but Matt is and spread out through the whole series. I know. It's like he's a naughty little boy, and he's like, stop it. Just stop it. Take yourself over there, put yourself in time out for just a moment, get yourself together, then come back. But I do love him now. Yes, Naive frustrated me a lot until book 5. Then I know in book 5, then I started to appreciate it for who she was, because she started to realize that she was being a douche as well. Because like she just get frustrated and angry and all this sort of stuff, and she has this immense power, and she's just being a douche about it, really. Fael, I think that Fael, or however you pronounce it, I didn't really have much to think about her, really. I didn't really pay much attention to her, so I can't say whether I find her frustrating or not. But some of the characters I'll probably pay a little bit more attention to, especially the ones in the later books that are coming through now. They were in earlier books, and I didn't really pay much attention to what their character really was. Like, I still know what the character is and all that sort of stuff, but I didn't pay as much attention to them as I did for the main characters. So all the ones from Two Rivers. So yeah. And also watched a few ASMR videos tonight during the last sprint. That is awesome. I think some booktubers rave about Demon Copperhead because they didn't want to get attacked for not liking it. I like your honest comments. Oh, I don't care. Not every book is for everybody. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that didn't like it. And I'm pretty sure there are some people out there that just said, it was a good book and all that sort of stuff. I mean, for me, I don't really care. Like, if someone comes at me, come at me. But, it's still my opinion. It doesn't matter. If someone attacks me for my opinion on a book that I didn't like, I'm not saying it was a bad book. It just needed to be cut in half. Like, the story was a good story. It definitely was. There were some frustrating moments in it and all that sort of stuff. And if it had been cut in half and it didn't have the repetition in it, I think it would have been a phenomenal book. But it was too long. It went on for too long. It put me to sleep in the dull places. And there were lots of dull places in that book. So I'm going to be honest, because I wouldn't want to recommend a book of that size to someone and then they come back at me and go, that was a shit book. Why did you recommend that to me? And I would rather give my opinion about that book and say why I didn't like it than go, oh yeah, it was a good book, and give no reason why it was a good book. But yeah, had they cut it in half, had the editor, not the author, had the editor done their job and cut it in half, it would have been a lot better. Because I don't blame the author for it. I blame the editor for not editing it and cutting out big chunks of that book. So I don't know who the editor was. I have no idea. But I will throw blame that way. Because the podcast will help with that too. Yes, very much so. And if you don't want to spend that kind of time, use the wiki chapter summaries, but don't look up the characters' names on wiki or the glossary, because some of the characters evolve and change from one side to the other, get injured, die, so forth and so on. Yeah. I never looked at the wiki at all. Didn't even go near it. Only because a friend of mine said that there were spoilers in it, so I stayed away from it. And that's, I think, how I came across the Wheel Weaves. I can't even remember how I come across that, to be honest. Did you recommend it, Coda? Or did I find it first? I don't know. But yeah, no, I liked that because it was spoiler-free. And to test if it was spoiler-free or not, I actually went and listened to a couple of chapters ahead, because I think it was book 3 or 4 I found it. Just trying to think. Maybe book 5. I can't remember now. But I went a couple of chapters that I hadn't read, and I had no clue what they were talking about at all. So there's definitely no spoilers in there or anything like that. Live streams would be, discussions would be cool. I think they would be too. That would be that would be my idea of torturing reading. A reading challenge that a team commented a little low. So true. So true. Oh, but yeah, it's going to go right next to Little Life, because Little Life was also on the one of the long lists for the Women's Prize for Fiction. So it will be on the bookshelf, and it'll be in little letters, my hate shelf. I love that so many booktube folks are reading Wheel of Time now. I tried to get my siblings to read them, but none of them would, so I almost never got to talk about it during the rereads. Bugger, that is a bit of a bummer, but you found your tribe now. You found your Wheel of Time tribe now, so that's all good. I'd be down to do discussions on the reread also. So much to absorb with Wheel of Time. That's made it so cool. Yeah, very much so. Same reason I love Dune and Rice. It's just impressive. Yeah, I agree. Do you have Australian? I don't read a lot of Australian romance. I actually am a naughty Australian and don't read a lot of Australian authors, but I have been changing that in the last 12 months. Yeah, 12 months, 18 months, last 12 months. Last year, January is when I decided I wanted to read more Australian authors. And I have found some pretty good Australian authors. So Pip Williams is an automatic buy author for me, except I wait for the mass markets to come out because the books are too big for my shelves. Kate Morton's another automatic buy. And just recently I discovered Holly Ringland, The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart. I read that. I found that to be a very good book. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think I gave 4.5 stars from memory, maybe 5. And so she is another author, but there's like romantic elements in some of the books, but not romance as such. Jane Harper's another one that I've come across. She's a crime fiction writer, and Chrissy introduced me to a couple of other Australian authors as well. So Joy Detman was one, and what's her name? Catherine Fox was the other one. I read her first book and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I haven't got back to the rest of the series. Joy Detman, however, I did that as Meet the Author vlog, and I thoroughly enjoyed the books that I've read of hers, so much so that I got Bob the Bookerer to get me some of her books, which I got for $2, and you'll get to see those in the next haul video. So yeah, I don't read a lot of like I do read romance, but I don't read a lot of Australian romance writers, sorry, so I can't really answer that one. Maybe Sid will want to do a reread with us when we finally get around to it, if the Harry Potter. Yeah, that's cool. I'll be happy with that. We do the Wheel Time one on this channel, and then we can pick one to do on your channel. We can just do channel hopping discussions. That'll work. Live stream. Would love to be able to discuss it as a go, and not just in Discord, but actually live actual chats. Yeah. But see, it's hard because you don't want to be a spoilery channel either, and you're inevitably going to inevitably go to spoiler territory, which is going to then wreck it for people. So that's where you've got to be careful as well. I mean, obviously you can put on the thing that it's going to be spoilery for sure. What Christine is saying makes me wonder about the pre-recording of Harry Potter sessions. Maybe we could do a live and repost the download. Yeah, there's two. We could do both. Yeah, there's a way to do both. Like, you could really, like what we were talking about, do the pre-recorded where we discuss it, but then we can also have a live stream as well, a separate video where everybody can come in and discuss it. And then so yeah, that, I mean, I'm sure we'll work all this out in the meeting that we're going to have on the weekend. So yeah. I love Naive. I love her now. I was frustrated with her hair pulling, but I liked her character though. So it was just her actions that I was frustrated with. mostly when it came to her. Freya doesn't bother me. Yeah, I can't even really, yeah. I know Perrin is definitely your favourite. Egwene has probably been my favourite. And in a way, Rand as well. Like, Rand has been my favourite as well. Later part of the books, not so much in the early part of the books, because we didn't really get a lot of Rand. Perrin is also one of my favourites as well. And Tom is also up there as well. Like, he just has little tidbits that he throws in every now and again. That I liked him. I think he makes some of the characters a little bit more well-rounded and whatnot as well. So now, see, this is probably, I wouldn't say she is my favorite but she's up there because of how hot he looks in my mind. The character on the TV does not do him justice. I must admit that Jordan has really, because he's hot in my mind as well. So the character that they have in the TV show, this is not how I imagined him at all. Just to be honest. Yeah. Moraine, like, I don't like Moraine on her own necessarily. I like it better when she's with Lan, if that makes sense. So when she's with Lan, I think she's a better person than when she's on her own. But she's not, like, she's up there. She's in the top four. That not my favorite though. But when she's with Lan, she goes up a bit because he makes her more well-rounded, I think. So yeah. Anyway, I guess I have more than one favorite. Avienda, yeah, is sometimes my favorite as well. Yeah, and Matt and Tom, yeah, their one line exchanges are awesome. Like, they get that, and especially later in the series, like some of the one-liners that Matt's come out with, and even Tom as well. Like, I just laugh out loud moments. That especially around when he I can't say it because it's going to be a spoiler. It just happened recently when he was going on about it. Anyway, I'll just leave that to myself because it is it's a spoiler and I don't want to spoil it. So yeah, so we've had one exchange in the series in the last book we read. Yeah, very much so. Selena's also a naughty Australian who doesn't read many Australian authors. Yeah, I tried to change that last year. Like, it just, I don't know. Like, some of the, I have picked up Australian authors in the past and I just haven't gelled with them. But in saying that, in the last 12, 18 months, even in the last 2 years, like Pip Williams, I read the Dictionary of Lost Words. So whenever that came out, I read that as a fairly new release. And I absolutely love that. And I have reread that not too long after I finished it, and it still stood up for me as a 5-star rating. And that, if you don't know what that is, that revolves around the creation of the Oxford Dictionary. It's an Australian author named Pip Williams, and it's following a young girl that is, her father works at the place where they're putting the dictionary together, and all these words come in, and sometimes words drop on the ground and all that sort of stuff. But it's also, she looks at the lower class and the words that they use, and there's a story, there's a bit of a love story there, but it's mostly around this dictionary, that the Oxford Dictionary getting created, and just the things that this girl went through as she grew up and stuff like that. And it was a really good book, and it was a 5-star rating for me. I gave it away as like in 2022 or whenever it was that I read it. At the end of the year, it was still my favorite book, so I done a giveaway on my craft channel for it. And the lady that won it was in England, and she absolutely adored it and said it was one of her favorite books as well. So, and everybody I've recommended it to has actually really liked it. So I haven't had anybody come back to me and tell me they haven't. So yeah, and I'm just slowly but surely I'm finding Australian authors that I do gel with a little bit better. So yeah, and across different genres as well. So we've got romantic mysteries, and we've got like Joy Detman. She's got a couple of series. She's got one series, the Woody Creek series. That's more like that was a really strange book. Like, not as strange in content, it was just the way I responded to that book. It was recommended to me by Chrissy. It was an absolutely fabulous book. Loved reading every moment of it. But there was a whole lot of nothing happening, but it was so compelling that I had to turn the page. Does that make sense? That so yeah, and it was also the No Angel I read around the same time as well, and because this was back in August when I come across them, and so I've got by Penny Vicente, I think is how you pronounce her last name. So yeah, she was another one. There was a whole, like, there was 750 pages. It didn't feel like I read 750 pages. It felt like I read a shorter book, and it wasn't that it was fast paced or anything. It was just so compelling you couldn't stop turning the pages. It was, yeah, and that was a revolving around publishing, around the war and stuff like that. So yeah, what I like about Mo is partly that he doesn't take himself too seriously. As his character develops, he gets better at being responsible too. Yeah, but with begrudgingly though, begrudgingly. And I think that's what's making him more likable now, for me anyway. And he adds a lighter element to many of the Wheel of Time books. Yeah, so true. Good night, Christina. I thought you went to bed ages ago. Obviously got stuck into this Wheel of Time discussion. Same for the parent. Yeah. I can't remember which one. There was that Rand one-liner too. Can't remember which one it was. You'll have to text it to me. I probably do remember, but I'm not too sure. If the live stream Wheel of Time chats are posted as a reread orientated, that could help if the title warns folks off that are rereading the series inspired. Less problematic. This is very true. I'd be happy to do it either way. What I was saying to Coda and sorry, I've got an itchy nose and I've just recently got my nose pierced, so it gets really itchy all of a sudden, and yeah, gets very annoying. What I was saying to Sid and Coda about the Harry Potter thing, like doing lives, like I'm happy to do lives. I think that they're great, but in the scheme of things, as booktube creators, you want an evergreen video. So that means that it's going to keep generating views. It doesn't matter how old it is, it's still going to bring new views in. And sometimes the live streams get forgotten about. You'll get for the first week, you'll get rewatches and all the rest of it, but later on down the track, not so much. So we have to find a way that we can make, if we do it as a live stream, we have to make it so people can come back and watch it and find it, because live streams get lost in your channel now because they're not on the main page anymore. Now they're put on their own little thing, and a lot of people don't click on there and whatnot. So you've got to, it's a fine line between, my favourite Aes Sedai was a Varen till the book in which that kind of changed. Yeah. I think I've gone backwards and forwards on several characters. Like, I've liked them, then I've disliked them, I've liked them. I don't really have much thoughts on Varen. And then for a while there, I got confused because Varen sounds very close to Perrin. Yeah, I'm like, hang on, are we talking about again? So there's some of the things. I don't really have much. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much thoughts on her, the whole character there. I haven't really given her much thought for some reason. I don't know why. I wonder if the Wheel Weaves is planning on doing another series once they finish the Wheel of Time. There possibly could be, because he's quite an avid fantasy reader. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something around Brandon Sanderson, to be honest. I might have to pick up this year. If you're talking about Dictionary of Lost Words, I would highly recommend it. And then there's, I don't know, I think you can read it on its own. You don't necessarily have to read part one. But Pete Williams also has the Bookbinder of Jericho, and that again is around the same era and around that, I believe it is around the bookbinding part, like the binding of the. Don't quote me on it because I'm probably totally wrong, because I don't want to look at the synopsis and I haven't picked it up. So A common Jamie Varon hero too. I'm intrigued with the Wheel of Time after hearing about it here for a while. Want to check it out. I want to read it, but it's 1 or 2 a.m. of my sleep. So night, everybody. Night, Julie. Have a good sleep. Thank you very much for joining. And on that note, we have got to another sprint. We're going to go for another hour. And then this will be the last sprint for the day because I do have to go down to the shops because I didn't get to go down last time. And because I live in a backward town, things close early. So, yeah. All right. So on that note, I will see you in an hour. And obviously, I've forgotten about a lot of the characters. So I'm definitely going to have to do a reread of Wheel of Time and go and listen to the podcast. But I will see you all in an hour to wrap up everything. All right. How did everybody go in that last sprint? I managed to get the last of my computer work done, so I'm done for the day. And now I can just go and relax and do some stitching and all the rest of it. Probably going to make myself a cuppa. Didn't lose power, which was good, although it was flickering there for a while, so I don't know what the heck that was. But anyway, I sorted that out. I think tonight, I'm going to do a little bit of stitching for a couple of hours, and then I'm going to finish off this book tonight. It's a pretty quick read. It's only got 180 pages in it. So, yeah. And then tomorrow, I think I might start this one in the morning over my morning coffee and, yeah, start making my way through that. I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. I may, yeah, I'm going into it with an open mind, though, because I am sort of having a little bit of a, wanting to learn more about that sort of stuff. And as I said, this author, if it's a good book, this author has a whole heap of other ones in the Heroes series. So, yeah, the Victoria Cross Special Forces, George Cross, and Heroes of the Skies are all by the same author. So, and I've flicked through it a couple of times. Like, there's a fair few photos in here and all that sort of stuff as well. And a lot of it is like letters and diary entries and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting to learn about them because it's going to be sort of in their own words, which is good. Let me have a look in the comments how everybody went. Said goodnight to Coda, and I think that's where we're up to. Meg went off to bed as well. Hopefully the storm won't take out the power. It usually doesn't, but sometimes it flickers and I've got to turn everything off because it flickers too much and I might lose stuff. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you being here. Oh, it's the last sprint. I can hang for another 40 minutes. You're a shocker. At least I'll try. If I don't answer when the chatty bit comes back, I've passed out. No worries. Oh my God, I went to adjust the blanket on the couch and found what I'd been looking for earlier. It was driving me nuts. Oh my goodness, isn't that the worst when you find out that it's just like right there? Oh dearie me. Thank you for another wonderful sprint. Thanks for hanging out in the comments. Appreciate it. Read chapter 1 a wheel of time. I hope the storm misses me. So, well, it didn't really like it's still rumbling a little bit, but it rained a little bit and that was it. But the power flickered, so I don't know what that's about. The storm's maybe somewhere else, like a little bit more over near where the power station is and stuff, so that may be why it's flickering. Selena got to 160 in their book. Awesome. Raleigh got up to page 154 of Iron Flame and feel like this one's reading a little bit different from the first. Interesting. A lot of people have said that. Read 37 pages of The Woman in Me. Awesome. So that's the Britney Spears memoir. I did finish another 2 chapters in my Ellery Adams mystery before putting Eye of the World audiobook on again. Have to locate my copy of The Great Hunt tonight. Awesome. Looks like someone else is going back down for a reread. 16% done with Go Tell the Bees I Am Gone by Diana Garbaldon is how you pronounce that, I think. I've avoided it all day. I don't know why I tried to say it then. I'm away a whole 2 weeks behind in my crochet crowd, crochet along now. So I may spend the rest of the night re-listening to Eye of the World so I can crochet and catch up. Awesome. No worries, Jessica. Thank you for being here. Will you be able to incorporate the Women's Prize for fiction into readathons and prompts? I don't know. At this point, when's that? March, isn't it? Yeah, I'll probably work it in. I'll work it in somehow. I don't even know what the long list is. So, and I've got until the 30th of April or something that they announce it. So it gets, the long list gets announced in March. Oh, excuse me. And I think I've got until the end of April to read them, or the 20th of April or something like that. So I'll have to go onto the website because, I mean, that's sneaking up pretty fast. But I'll work it out somehow. And at the end of the day, most of them last year I could only get on audiobook anyway, or Kindle. So yeah, I'll probably just be listening to them anyway. So we'll see how we go. I hope you don't have to dye any clothing. It sounded quite difficult and time consuming. Yeah, it is. Dyeing everything. But no, I don't. Thank goodness. I do have to do some more fabric and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, so thank you everybody that joined today. If you haven't already, make sure that if you're new here, subscribe to the channel. Also give the video a thumbs up. And I know most of you have already done that, but if you haven't, I would really appreciate it if you did, because that helps me to get seen, and it helps a great deal. Shannon says, I've lost track of all the readathons going on. There's a few like, and there's a few repeat ones as well. So, yeah, and people do announcement videos and we talk about it on sprints and all that sort of stuff. So you don't have to stress about it. It will definitely, you will be notified. It's all good. You will get lots and lots of, notification for sure. But that is it. I can remove the timer now. That is it from me today. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. We'll see you again at, I think it's 11 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday evening. I will be back for those in the Northern Hemisphere, and that's 1 p.m. on Wednesday afternoon for those in the Southern Hemisphere. I will be back for another round of sprints. They go for about a few hours as well. We go into the night for those. So make sure that you go and check out the, I think it's on the homepage. You'll see where all of my sprints are already scheduled and all that sort of stuff. Jamie says, thanks for putting up with all my typos. My computer is dying and the keyboard doesn't always register the keystrokes. We'll get a new one switched in this week. That's all good. That's all good. Thank you very much, Selena, for joining as well. And hopefully I will see you all next time. But for now, as I said, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and I will catch you all in the next video. Bye for now.